Unnukut tungasukitsi Nunavummi niruartulirinirmo 2025 mi Teresa Chiachuvunga. Good evening and welcome to Nunavut Votes 2025. I'm Teresa Chiachuk. Ullumi Nunavummio niruartuqaumata kinakko sivulirtigisauniarmangata nalunailangasui ammalo sunait pimmariutiummangata atsurornartuillo kamagisauvalliagunnarluti. Kikkulangava initaartut tabbani 22 itchivautani malikaliorpimmi. Today, Nunavummiut have been going to the polls with hope and determination, choosing who will guide our territory through some of its most important challenges and opportunities, and who will fill these 22 seats here in our territorial legislature. Nunalinnia misusut isumalu tigisauqattaqtui illukitsanermo.
Qiqiqattarnermut auqqarteqhimartualuaqattarti luitaima iglulireritaqatsiaqqunnaugalua.
Pirasaqattaqtui amisuulualerninginni ammalo ilinniartulerineq isumalunnartumiittillugu. Our communities face many challenges, from a crisis in housing and concerns about rising crime.
We have a big problem with cocaine and heroin in Cambridge Bay.
There's a lot of vandalism and mischief going around in our community.
To Nunavut's education system under stress. 58 ngummata niruakatchait tusaqpalliasattinni niruaqtausuni nalunairsiqattalangazuku ammalo takuchautilluta tamakkua isumaalu tigisaukazuttut uqauseriniartavo. During our show, we will be touching on those issues and more as we find out who from among 58 candidates will become members of our Legislative Assembly. Unno takuchautilluta tusaqvikilangasavo Nunavummio. Throughout tonight's coverage, we'll hear from Nunavummiut across the territory. Taututtusi Nunavummi niruartulirinirmi. This is Nunavut Votes. Unnukut Teresa Chiachuvunga. Niruagatchauniq isulippo taakkualu Nunavummio nalunairilangavu kikkunni sivulirtiqarumammangata. Unnu takuchautichilangavugu pivalliazuni uqausiqarlutaluqanu taakkua tukiqarmangata. Good evening, I'm Teresa Chiachuk. The campaign is over. The people have spoken. Tonight, we'll bring you the latest results and we'll guide you through what it all means. We want to begin with something special, a lighting we recorded earlier this week at our legislature.
Tungasugisi tapunga ullungmu tikittumun. Nakongmeeg ingutaqalu saralo. Ikummasaquyau simagannu taanna ulluq isumagillugu. Pingasunik taigusarni uvangoqausingagut atulluataqumayunga tappani ikummasarnitinni taana sipullerpaa taiguuseq uvagu uqausingagut tappaani uvanga nunagilauqqangani atusuugulli ullumilunni atuutilu pinnaqani tukiqanga quppasittumik taiyapu ingalangaitto taima ingalangaittu taanna tukiqasuu quppasittumiittumik. Soorlunangiruma ingalangaittumi isumanartu qaqqauqaangani. Ingalangaittumi namutuinnaala ammut ungasittumullu taavunga avatittinnu takunnasuungummat. Quttittumiittuni ungasittumu takuvik ikkaujaqtutitun. Taimaimmat taanna Nunavut ungasittuaalummu takunnagarijaunnerman. Uvattinnu kinguvaarijaujunu pillugu. Pitjutauluni. Taimaimmat quyannameeqqaartunga taikkuninga takunnartigilauqtatinning sivumun. Nunavutaanna nuna angiyualu inukitto angiyualu pikkunarto. Amma taanna taiguusi atukkannerumayaqa silisaraittoq uvaguttois uqausingagu tukili silisarainneraisuunguyugu upunga. Silisarainerait yugun soorlu qanittulearti qanittumununni
assuusartoq soqutissangitto qanittumu piyumik isumagaluaquni taimaimman qanuingimmiyoo ubungattia imminuinna isumaginersauyo kisianigu taanna uqausiqtau silisaqaingitto amma illuanungaatukiling ungasittulearti tautunninga ungasittumu piyu ungasittuleartiugiaqartugu tautunnitinnu allaa maanna ullumi piluartumik taakkuanneqevartakului unnumanna ungasittulearnermut pilangalermimmata ikkua kinguvaassan isumagillugin taimaimmat inattoruminaqqu ati ungasittumu tautunneqarneaqqusi Nunavutaarsimagatta uvagu inuuyugut makimaqullutagoo uqausivullugu sivulliut jauqattalangayo pilerinerpukku inui pitjusinginni tungaapiqalangayo taimaittuni neruaruteqarsimagatta ati ullaapigiatuarmat makikkatta ilullersusuurigattigu atunittiaq ilullersuivattugu uvagu ullunginni atiittao ilullersuiniaqqussi makimatjutissani gavamaulerussi taanna piujo neriuttugut ikajorsortugut assualuk alianait naammasimmimmanu taanik aulattijeqarniarnivut immaqa taikkuningalu ilanginnik ilaliutikkaninniartunik quviana quyannamirtugut kamagiyaugatta ati tamaaneqqiluartu ilangit ingalangaittumiittutittu takkunnariarsiu ammun nunalimmun qanoq makimangin nertaqaluasikaallanirmangaa qimeqqussi aaqigiarpeqaqatta neriuppugut tainna taakkua ulluuniartut akkertut ilullersorniarisiu nakormi
Husalivugu Lina Ivik irngutaapingalo Sarah kulluruqtu qullermiikummatchikunnalaormata. We are grateful to Elina Ivik and her granddaughter Sarah kulluruqtuq for this ceremony. As Lina said, this is an important day for Nunavummiut, an opportunity for a new vision for Nunavut. Nakormiik Lina. Thank you, Lina, for your wise words of guidance for our leaders as they take on the important task of taking Nunavut into the future. Unno pivalliasuni uqausiqalangavugut tamannaniruarni pisariiqpalliatillugu teema pivalliasulerisivu uqaqatigiqattalangammisavu unno iqalunni Toby Utak kangersinermi Selma Eccles uqausiqalangammisu pivalliasuni kivallermi qitermiunilo. Tonight, we're bringing you the latest news on the election as it happens. Our team of reporters has been working throughout the campaign to bring you all the issues. In iqaluit, we have Toby Utak ready to bring you all the reaction. And in Rankin Inlet, Selma Eccles will be joining us throughout the program to talk about the results in Kivalliq and Qitirmiut. Teimalo, uqaqatigiqattalangammisavo qausimazauchiaqto Eva Michael. On our results desk, a face familiar to you all, Eva Michael. Eva unnoa pikkut, uqaqunnaqimaanna qanuilingammangata qikertaalummi.
Unnukut, nakammitriisa. Sivullamataako iliapaammata niruartaussima viujuit uqauseriqattalangajuvun niruarneriyagit saivamu reersimaleqqasseqinguya kanannarmi malillugu niruarniu nuqqarneqarniartu niruartaussima vinni kivallermi qitermiunilu saivamuuqqatseqinguyaq malillugu nunanginni ammala takuniaqilluta tamakkua qanuilipallianermangaata unnu qauyamagaluartugummaqqu suliniruartaussimaviuyu qikertaalunigiani ammalu tasiuyartuarmi tamakiniruartaussimaviuyu malagaliortiulautnuunni saalaqsasimammata Iliyaukautigilutik asingininiruagatsaqanginnanginnut takunnartigiyavut angiqqammiiniittuit taakuniruagatsaujuit malagaliortiulaortuut taakunalunaikkutaqarniangatik atingatta saniagut taanniauqqarbik taanna asianiniruagatsaqartuqalaungittu tasiuiartuarmi ammalut qikertaalunigianut David Joanasi malagaliortuulaortu taanna iliyaukautigilaurilluni asingillu avatiulluti niruartaussimaviujuit tamaaninniartugunnilima taakkuanniruartuit qanuilingattalermangaata They may with 11 constituencies will report votes after 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Voting will end in constituencies in Central and Mountain Time at 7 p.m. local. So we'll see more results as the night goes on. We do know the results in 2 constituencies, South Baffin and Hudson Bay. Both of these constituencies have incumbent MLAs who have won by acclamation. For viewers at home, candidates who are incumbent MLAs will have a little star next to their name. Daniel Huckvik ran unopposed in Hudson Bay and in South Baffin. David Jonassy, the incumbent, also acclaimed. For the other 20 constituencies, I will be here all night bringing you the results as the counting proceeds. Back to you, Teresa.
Inakokmi Eva. Tabbanilo ilagi zavo ukakatigihattalangat ilatusakvigihattalanga zavo tabbani Manitok Thompson malikalioktiv simazo kangirsinermi sivulliulauk simatchunilo arnautchuni minister roksuni ilisapi siutiapik malikalioktiulauk simazo iqaluit sinamo minister simammitchunilo ammalo Joanasi akumalik tanna niqwakatchaulaukto Kingoniani niqwaqnautillugu tamani iqalunni qawsimasautshiarmiso iqalunni nunalipausakkuni katimasiu simaningano ammalo mayor lauqsimaningano lo ippiarjummi. Here in studio, we are fortunate to have with us a stellar panel. Manitok Thompson, former MLA for Rankin Inlet South and Nunavut's first female cabinet minister. Ilisapi Siutiapik, former MLA for Iqaluit Sina and cabinet minister. And Joanasi Akumalik, who ran for office here in Iqaluit last territorial election and is a well-known former Iqaluit city councillor and former mayor of Arctic Bay. Welcome to you all. I know we will get great insights into tonight's results from you. Sivulak Mikhay Manitok, Naliani Ipigosunik Pau Mangakpi, Takwa Nirwakbiosone.
Takwa la Nirwakbio, so Kaimakivalang Miotoga Matakwa Kivalang Miot, Nirwataranga Yuikinakuna Mangata Ujiri Gumarataka. Ila isimagisime yaka ukwalo na chile mion kinakone ang mga ta ila kinakone ang mga talikaw ya malian ito ni wagat sa mata kinaw ang mga taima ikalutur siya melo ta na minister auto ta na ang mga ubaruba si jir na mga ta kwa ujir isimayaka
Ibilili sapi
Iqalumita gamalutay kwa sitamay ni waktaw gaswaktuit Amalo take utikas waktu ni waktu khatak simayo ni waktu simayo long itu ni waktu kan ni mga amalo si arne khatsi ulang mga ni waktu kawai salang amjaka.
Joanasi?
Ariane ubang atong iperding mutak sa yawgama tapane kawai saruang nyam yakanariang nyam mga amakangat sugaping mutate tapanang mutorok sa mga migama. Kawai sa katang nyam yakka kasi ani ilisya pitito ikalung miutaw migama tapang na tapani niya kung umiksani niwakbik mititaw ko tan na pingasok ko matatek ko kawai sa ruang nyam yakka.
Nakokmitong masutsyakitsi. We'll be hearing lots more from our panel as results come in. Tema 7 ngusut malikaliok tiulaktut kingunitini malikaliok bimi niqwakatchaulaungitut. There are 7 MLAs from the last legislature who are not running this time. Our legislative reporter TJ Deer is here to talk about that.
Yeah, Teresa, like you mentioned, there are 7 MLAs who were part of the 6th Assembly that did not put their name forward to potentially be part of the 7th Assembly. Only one of them is from the Kitikmeot region, and that was Tony Akwak from Joe Haven. He was the speaker during the 6th Assembly. There are 2 MLAs from the Kivalliq region who did not put their name forward. One of them was Arviat South's MLA, Joe Savikatak. He was formerly premier during the 5th Assembly of the Nunavut legislature. The other name from the Kivalliq region that's not didn't put their name forward is Rankin Inlet South MLA Lorne Kusugak. He was a cabinet minister in the 6th Assembly and notably held very important portfolios, including the portfolio responsible for the Nunavut Housing Corporation. He was also the Minister of Finance and therefore also the minister responsible for the Nunavut Liquor and Cannabis Commission. The other 4 MLAs are from the iqaluit region. One of them is former cabinet minister Joeli Kainak. He was the MLA for Amituk. He was a part of cabinet for a little while, but he was removed from caucus due to various indiscretions. Another former cabinet minister was Tununik MLA, Karen Utahak. She was in cabinet for a few months earlier this year before she resigned due to personal reasons. Another big name from the iqaluit region was Spangniktuk's MLA, Margaret Nakashuk. She was notably the Minister of Family Services during the 6th Assembly, but arguably the biggest name that did not put their name forward to run this time around was the MLA for Iqaluit Niakungu, PJ Akiagok, who was of course Premier during the 6th Assembly. And it's notable that Akiagok didn't put his name forward this time around because this means we will obviously now have a new Premier here in Nunavut. That's obviously going to be decided in the leadership forum in a few weeks' time, but it does remain to be seen, obviously, who will take the job, but then also, there's so many files that need to be addressed very urgently. Housing, infrastructure, cost of living, mental health. There's so many things that need to be addressed by the next Premier that they're going to have their hands full in terms of how to sort of get these files moving because, there are folks in Nunavut who feel that not enough progress is being made and that, these problems are still being felt and still being seen. So, and right now that there's a big hole at the top of the pile, so to speak. So not only they're going to have to solve problems within the territory, but they'll also have to work with the federal government in terms of, getting funds from them to help address these issues. And another big thing that's come up over the last few months is the topic of Arctic sovereignty. So that's another thing the Premier will have to be cognizant about when it comes to negotiating with the feds, but also balancing the interests of Nunavummiut who want to see progress.
Thank you, TJ. Amisuvut suli hausi mangittavo kisiani hausi makalawaqtuko maqqunni niqwaqtausi magirtunni ilisaunikut tasiusarjuami khikiqtaaluniggianilo Daniel Khaviq ammalo David Joannasi takwa ilisaukkannilauqtuk. Lots of results we don't know yet at this hour, but we do know who has won in Hudson Bay and South Baffin. Daniel Havik has been re-elected by acclamation in Hudson Bay, and in South Baffin, David Joannasi is in by acclamation. Mr. Joannasi, uqaqatigi langagattigo uqaalautikko tungasugi Joannasi.
Hello, Teresa.
Sivullir mikhaitaan sita magiliqtait malikaliuqtiunirmo utikkannirtilluti sunnait sivulliujikumavigi.
La tabawte qaqamadunga Nunavummiulimaani piluartami kingarmiu kimmerummiullu nivornataanna pipidduangutillugu isiani tusaasimajanniammalu pilra taqsimajittinni isimunaqtuammalu anna illuluginuq angineqpaanguinnaq tuujaarsimajoq maannamusulli malusuli kaisituinna rangalvaruttuujaartu takkuamalagaloqinutta ilanguutorniartut tutsaamitillugut takkua isimunaqtui tamannalu ila takwa kina yahano awrata mga gavamakkunni amalo tamanguno na bumiuno atoktaw hataktilutaw isimanaqtakwa piluartumi Teresa.
Tsunami pisaqirsikunnaqilaungippi kingunittinni malikaliorpimmi pisaqi gumaqasaqtanniivi.
Nila taanna suulu oqausuqataaqtarillugan pisaqi dang tuujaangittu maannakkut pisani pifalla dua gumagaluaqattikuttu sivulitsattinnu Nunavut me sungu palle tillugit illuittau ilagaq palleanginnaulaqaaqarnaarmata kisaanittau isumanartu tamanna ilinniarneq pivallaakkannerunnarmigatta naukkutuinna ilinniarniuna inuusilima atuuteqalangatillugu андаамалигалеортиутсунилинниарнасуунгумма министриутсунилуунни таманнилинниарнеқ сигуммаагут татсиагооннганани исуманнарту инуусиуилуанина намитуиннаатоқ атортаагуннасуунгум тиллугу пилимматсарнеқ тааннаттау иниуқаусинга тусарсау иннахаттариар майлаарау тамауллу тамаа атоқаттарлугу тааннаттио
Maqquarti ilisaussimalirtutti 2021 ngutillutku ilisaularuravi tamanna naammattuusaaqa nirwaarviqangitillugu
ila uttuqarlunnikkisaani taima pinnarmailaavapulunni soorlun uppirusun lunimmini kalusigiarutitsau kunnaqattartillugu taakkualu isimagi givakkattau nunalinni naddaani tuinna nuartagussaqattartui haamalakkunalunni ilmiikatujjaqatigiit ilinniartulereneq uumajorniarti tamakkua piteriqatigiinginnaqatteriaqartillugit isimagivakkattau tamakkua nuartau taqattusuungutillugittau taakua maqpaartarsugu ililautuinnarsimaneqa upinnaqaluarsunup uppigusunnartuugalua аммалумми киллитерсиматсунга инунну тамаанеритертаалууниггиану кингертуилиукканнерниалерми тиллунга
Nakormingai Mr. Joannesi. Taimali hausigialermita kangersinermo Selma taavani nirwaarbimmiimma uqaqatigi langagattigu Selma uqarunnaqi amissuuva taakkua nirwaariartorsimalertuinuissattuuva qanuipa naminnerniive
tamani kangersinermi tillunga neruareartortut amihuuluangilat tamani kivallermi ikarami atauhermi kinguvahikkapta maannahulli neruarneq ukkuingaartoqhuli savanmuangigajaakapta hulli taakkua neruareartortartut amihuungitut aangujaartut maannatuisa uqarunnaqi kikkuumanga tataakkua niruagatsausut kangersinermi takbani kangersinermi niggiani taakkua neruagakkau himayut pingahuyut taamna neruagakka lihaatiameartoq makkukluni Jerry anarwaq amma tuglia taana qaujimayaullaqikkartoq taga Curly neruagakkaugibluni amma tau pingajua taana neruagakkau ngaqtortau taakununga maligaleorvingmut arnaumaarlunni aani tattuini taakua pingahuyut kangerliniu uangninganut tamayarpunga nigginganut taimattau marruuk neruagakkaugivut kangerliniu uangninganut ammalu igluligaarjuk taamna neruagakkau kannerluni Alex sammortoq igluligaarjung miutabineq tamaanermiutaulertoq ukiuamihut ammatau taamna maligaleortiu himayortau kangerluniu uangninganu igluligaarjung mullu Kathy tautungi taakua marruuyuk neruagakkauyut tamaani kangerlinermi
nakormingai Selma unno hausigia kanniqattalangavavo taimali taakkua 58 nguvut niruagatsausut taakkununga initaaqasuartu 22 ichivautano taakkuangutsutilo 14 niruagatsaukannertut Makko ilisausi magiqsuti taakua khausi saqattalangasavo taakua naasaqtautillugi niquaqtausut. We've got 58 candidates running in this election. Of the 22 seats, we have incumbents in 14 with 2 acclamations, and we've seen some early results. Manitok, hanutamanna isumagiviu taakua nunavummiuqu viasuttuusaaqqa niquaqnautillugu.
Ila neriunnaquluiassuungumman quviasoruiartutsoyutaima kisianili исимагияра тамаккоилияутуиннақаттариа қарасугингиккалуаракки пиюссатталиалуутиллугу нуналинни уна пижутаоққуулерто Nunavut electionsку тусауматиттиангилуақаттартуалуумма тама аммалоқиламиммариалууннеруартаун гумаюннут nominations матутсаутигиқаттарма матуювиниутиллугу иммақа илангитаиккуа пиюмалаортугула тусалаунгимматалуунниин тусауматиттинер таманна пиуйуммариалуугалуа Nunavut electionsку тусауматиттиангилуартуалуу қаттарникунгиннут инугиагалаалуумма таалаакингани тайма питақартусау ювиниугалуартиллугу киммеруммилуунниин саққиттоқангиммат ила таанамалигалуортуйоқ qanuigingitara kisiani niruarnartuangutилlugu Nunavummi angiyualuumma taanna gavamagilangayavun tamakkuasiruliortingu qataugumayuin upanungeersimajariaqaqattaqaluarmata tagvunga inimo laarniarneriamining tusaumatittineqai elections kunni piungiluaqquulerto.
Elisapi, what stood out for you about this election campaign?
I'll be honest, I'm disappointed that there's acclamation still going on today. I myself was acclaimed second term as mayor. I don't support acclamations because we're in election mode, we're going to vote. And you need to have discussions with the candidates of their understanding of what the issues are and what they might bring to the table for ideas and solutions. If you don't hear that, then the candidate doesn't necessarily have a mandate because they were just acclaimed. We need to have conversations, so I was a little bit disappointed that yet again we had acclamations.
Joanasi.
Qoyannami arianai tamannoqausrigattigut sibullermeqai manittu angeqatigillugu taikkuaneruartulerigiuyut Nunavut elections tusaamatittikkanneriaqaqattaqquugaluarmata akuniunersauluni ilaanni isimaksarsiussuiaqattaqquummata ilangit ilamingnullu oqaqateqariaqasuungullutik taima taanna isimagillugu taikkua iliyau tuinnartuit pinasukkamiktaau amma taikkua qauyimallugigllu marigariuqti biniungmatik qauyimakautiginiarmatik marigariurbiu iluani tabbuuna akautuinnarilluni tamanna qano aaqqikkajarmanga iliyautuinnaqattarna narunarman uvannulli kisiani neruarne kisutuinnanu neruartauna ajjigiisuungungimmat ilangi tatasuungullutik ilangi iliyautuinnasuungullutik taikkuatungasiptippaakka
Nakolmik. We go now to iqaluit. Gwen Healy Achearok is in the riding of iqaluit Maniqazaq. Hello, Gwen. What made you decide to challenge incumbent Adam Arer Lightstone?
Unuku Teresa, thank you for your question and for inviting me to speak this evening. My decision to run for MLA in our riding was based on conversations with people in our riding who encouraged me and asked me to put my name forward, and I felt very strongly that there's a lot to work on, that I have like a skill set and a passion for, that I'm excited to bring forward in some of this work that's needed in the Legislative Assembly.
This is your first time running for office. What did you hear from people at the door when you were campaigning? What are your priorities if elected?
Well, as somebody with a health background, as a health professional, absolutely one of my priorities is related to our healthcare system. And as a lifelong member of our community, I was born and raised in iqaluit, and I've always been an advocate for youth, for our young people. When I was young, and now that I'm older, it's still a love of mine to advocate for our youth and bring their voices forward. I'm very excited for the opportunity to do that. And as I was canvassing, I had the opportunity to speak to a number of young people, and we held a youth night here as well at Inusilvik. People were so generous with their stories, with their tea and their visits, and I'm so grateful for everything that everyone shared with me over the past month. I heard so many wonderful things, and I'm excited to bring their concerns and their voices forward. If elected.
We'll be watching results closely. Thank you for speaking with us tonight.
Teresa.
Tema, hawsgalig milavo, Eva, ta kwanasak daw valiazot, hanuiling alang mangata Eva, hanuilik ke.
Nakami Teresa. Matawata mataman na sulin na narisi mayang yukangitok na nirwakta mangata kisyan nirwagatsaw na rayangit. Tamane iqaluit managayamme Adam Area Lightstone dana amala Gwen Healy uqaqati qataqtait niruagatsa willune tamane leqalunne amala iqaluit neaqungu suli naluneqtausi mangittut naluneqigumattuinertugu kikkummangata ila qawi saluanguartavamanna so upinnaganiugaloa PJ aqiaqoq taana maligaliuqtiulaortuq kiggartuilaortut iqaluit niaqunguumun niruagatsaungitainertuni maanna kisiani akkanga maanna niruagatsaulertuni quttittun kiggartuilauqaluartillugu tamaunga niruagatsau simaninganut qawisaluanguartavut ammalu iqaluit Sinanut Janet Brewster malagaliuqtiulaortoq maanna akirahattuni Robin Anawak maanna maligaligiuyoq lawyer luni malapiluartumi kingunnerpaangukainartutamani qalunnitisamaulatinuartaussimaviuyuit iqaluit tassiluk George Hicks taannattauq akira qilluni malaya Lucasi taana iqaluit nunalipaujakkunnu katamiyiuqattaloorsimajoq maannakuniruagatsaunnasuartu tamaani iqalunni maniqayam tasilimmun. Tonight we're keeping an close eye on 4 constituencies here in Iqaluit. Firstly, Iqaluit Maniqayaq with Adam Ariat Lightstone as incumbent MLA, and Gwen Healy running against him this time around, and Iqaluit Niaqungu, we still have no results, but we're keeping an eye on these 4 constituencies here in Iqaluit because PJ Aqiaqoq is a former MLA, and now David Aqiaqoq, who is his uncle, is now running in Iqaluit Niaqungu instead of Quttituk. And thirdly, Iqaluit Sina, where Janet Brewster is incumbent MLA, and right now Robin Anawak, who is a lawyer, is running this time around. And lastly, in Iqaluit Tassiluk, George Hicks is going for his 4th term, and Malaya Lucasi, who is a former city councillor here in Iqaluit, is running against him. That's back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Hausibahusivuko Nunavut miniqwaqtu liqisikumniu taqhituinnaqqugu taqquaqatsiu ningit nasaqtau vallia dillugi. We would just like to say that we are waiting for these results from Elections Nunavut, and as soon as we receive them, we will be informing you all. Te mali tana isumalu tigizau ninnaqtu taqquaniqwaqeaqtuq tutqatsiu ningi. Another issue we are watching tonight is voter turnout. often an indication of whether voters are excited by a campaign. Teema hausinakho takwa niruareartortut inui sallivallianginnarninginni tabbani 25 aqaagui iluani teema kinguniani niruarnautillugru takwa khatsiuningi katalaurtui 50% ataaniiliqsuni teikani tallimaulaurtut ilisautuinnartut 2021 ngutillugu. There has been a dramatic decline in voters placing their ballots over the past 25 years. And last election, it dipped below 50% when 5 constituencies were acclaimed. Teima naalautivut tabbani CBC kunni tusaqumalaurmata Nunavut miuni khanu isumamangata hausigerlavo.
Yara kattagatta inuklaarinikum qatlunaqaniiliuppatianingnitikisiumani qattiangiluaraatu kattagatta qalimaaranninnittigi qallimaatistuppiluaqattaqpagatigatta taananinivaanga kuvang piigimmiyaga nivaaraartusiungutungalo ajavutaqangittaraangama nivaarasiinnasuumiyunga atuutteqarninga tukisimangmigakku tamakuamarigaluortingortu ilinniakku taanguyalaarluti tukisianittia tainnaarlutik isulittилерlutiklu ajavunniartialerlutik piyunnautaqattiapalulerlutik pilevittiangiluariautluni ilinniatuinalaortangataututtuanan asiani nivaarlerami taakkanunali nivaarlerami pigiakkannilerlutik taikanga pigiaarnerilaortangani ilinniakkannerluni taanda inniqattiangitsutaqaluanngsuungilaani kutakisuugallugu
nivaartusungungitunga 30 years ago, maybe more than 10 years ago, nivaartusungungitunga nivaarnarsigaluarpanauk upadjangittaartakka pijjutteqarlungali imannaat jobless ngukkajajugama sanaqattaarunnattиаруннаyaangittunga sanaqsarsuqaluarumanauk piyokkonngittuksayullunga sanaqsarsursuni ayornavigjaarma niragaksoqattartiitikua qanuittualunnernerailuti qanuittualungitsarpittuqarpaliyaangimma sanayungittukuli tamakkua soqutigiyaungissути tamakkua sanayuyui qanayartuyui kisujjuarti kamagiyorjaarsuti
mali mali apit okosaganninni aaqittariagaaqaqquigaraamingma sivulertiksavu nangminittiammari niruagunnarsiisutigu premier siorlu NTI angayoqqaanga niruaqattatlarpavut meeyavun niruaqattatlarpavut pimmariuraagavamavut niruarpanniktutiu sivulertiksa taanna niruagunnarsiagaaqarnivut aaqigiaqaqquigaraartigu niruaqattalaaraamillumattaa niruaqattangissuulilerlunga teikkuali pitjutigiluarlugitti language bell tamaani ila uqausermu qallunaal English French inuktitu taana ataaniilluni kisuluktaa qallunaatituoqqaalaarluti inuktiguunornersaavaluarluta taana qanuqausi sangiktigiarnaarpiu taana peqoyaaqiksimatitlugua ayulertitausimaqquyillaa ajornarutiorquyillarma ammaluttao teina qamittisimana inherent right to land, air and water taana soorlu uqapiluk torulugaluarluta piyunnautittinni loqamittisimalluta taamanna kamakkusuuliyumi kiglisiniarnikku taakkuai pijjutigillamma teikkuali iliautuinnaqattartuttau suoqaimma pivikiluarninganu pinasuarusi taana kingullerpaanga matusaalillarmigami niruagisagnoriartuleqaluarluni matuyuinerlisunau
Tamannaila hausisainalangavavo takkua khatsiuningi niruareartortut unno. We'll certainly be watching to see what the numbers look like as the night proceeds. Ingilatusaqataqtusi Nunavut miuni taman na kano isumaging mga chiyo to sa katakta si Elisapi si Pulirogun na kuvikay.
Nalo na gunito amiswi kuviya swang itui nirwaga to katangin makilik tuin. Tu salaw tungal la nirwaga to jang ite ko nirwaga sa piwing magin. So piwing kalwa nirwaga ya lewjuk. Nirwaga ya halakit to ko. Tekwa ajung piwing kalwa ka ajung ngingi tusago vigi hanwilir ningi aturluko. Nirwaglo takisiya ni uman.
Manito kakanwito nito sa katak si malaki.
Ilaw dyan nasiyo Nunavut saktilo tatay si maninirwaga to tuarin. Paano raw ng mata 86.6 awan ikalalo lautun. Tayo maliking uniaguro to ublumi nirwaga to galang mata takwaro ni NTA ko 100 ito ni kahit na magalilaw mata nirwaga to ko yiluting. Isu makaktung ali imaka idlunon utak kayo ko ako niya utak kakatang mata idlukit sang ni kong inon ilang iluto sa katasot na kitong makayaro may karasutin 12 lunin ilawal lunin tagban niya tao sa may ito ako niya taman na pidyo tao na sugirat taka nirwato kakalwaka nga asidyo to kaon nang iman takwa asidyo nang inaming nirwaka to sa suwari kaya saratun ilang inaro naktuyagon nito nikiro taman na akito pala ayuaro tuin na uluni asidyo pala akatangin mata nirwato kakalwakangan taman na pidyo tigi yauluakan na kokto taikwa igluning utak kayo ukiyoni amisuning nirwato kakalwakangan utak kayo na tuin ng mata suli nirwakato na namiluktat ya hamlaw garapan iliniato rin yung garapan sunaw garapan nirwakato ng iluwakatal lang matayla na lunakon nito taiko ala kau yung mayong agara tatakko katakko tamakko okay katigigala raw tangin ang ayok kata nirwakato kam magayaro raw mata ima kuwagi raw madyo nirwakaksang nirwakato kata raw mata kilak taong isuting ayaw taong iti asuting meaning nirwakato suting asidyo si mayo araw rato taman na ilangin o kakatang mata kano ilivali lang namaro ni nirwakato diyang makikito nga nirwakato kata diyang ito nga asidyo to kaong nangiman tayo man isu mayo yalat tuin
Joanna siyo kasawap to na kove
Tana kanok to kaya kakok to kaya kanok kaya kisiyani kawa makuwi katigot piyakaya to gayak kong man nagawakayak to raw may yung NTI kot nagawak titiluit nagawakayak to siyong nginaw yaka makisiw ka pan kisiyani $100 may pititaw raw may yung nagawakayak to kama NTI kot no kanweging kilugo takwa ang iyakurong magawa makot nunarilo amisakurod lutik takwa nagawakatang na nagawakayak to katangin na katakpadlian ng udyang naksingman tema ukakaw gama nagawang naktaman na adjige katangin man kingudlang makaya amisunak sa orakpot tema isimayungan
Yinglasuli utak kivogo takum nang ganun na vumini ko actually kizik kunne. We are still waiting on results from elections Nunavut. Iva kanui ila asingin ni kwak binni uhaw sa kan ni kon nakove.
Nakome Teresa tana sevun me panakto me nagwak taw si mabiyo yo haw sa igalalogo ta ko nagwak at mangata man malagalok teoloktok Margaret Nakashuk nirwagatsang witiwaraman kasi ane winga Andrew Nakashuk nirwagatsaw kaya nga ni manoyok tanataw Natanyo July alakatok amlo jani Mike tapaw nga panakto makigak tuy diwasawang na kaya nga nirwagatsaw si mayut tungiliane tunun ng mute nirwaktaw si mavingan ni mitsimatalim mute Verna Strickland amalo nirwagatsaw na swakto David Kamanak amalo Brian Kuno Ammalo uqurmiuni meeriqiliqtitaana malagaluuqtiulortuq maannakkut niruagatsau qatiqartuuq taatiminga Gordon kautturmik haamnakkunnu maannakatimayuqatauyoq meeriqiliqti tippikani qikiqtartuami qurminu niruagatsaunnasuartuuk suli naluneerisumayaqangimmat niruartausimayuni over in Pangnutang, we have former MLA Margaret Nakashuk. We're keeping an eye on that constituency now because her husband is running this time around for Pangnutang. Nathaniel Julai Adikatuktuk running against Andrew Nakashuk and Johnny Mike. Over in Dununuk, we in Pond Inlet, where Verna Strickling is facing David Hamanik and Brian Kunu. And thirdly, over in Uqummiut, we have Mary Khilip, the former mayor of Qikiqtartuaq, running against Gordon Kautuk of Clyde River, who is a Hamlet councillor, but still we have no results to report. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. We are going back to our reporter in Rankin Inlet, Selma Eccles. Selma, these have been a difficult few weeks in Rankin Inlet. Tell me about what has been happening.
Our community of Rankin Inlet has been hit by tragic deaths the last 2 months. Young people, 4 of them have committed suicide, so that really has put, I don't know how to really say it, but you could feel that it impacted our community in a huge way. People are checking on each other. So it has been hard the last couple of weeks, and you could certainly still feel it in this community. But also during lunch hour, we had power outage in certain parts of the community, and they were rotating. The school had to get closed down, some of the stores also, so that didn't help the situation for election day today. Power finally did go back on around 2:33 this afternoon. But if you look behind me where the lights are, that's where the polling station is. And we've been checking, and it's been pretty slow. We haven't really heard from the candidates. Now that Facebook and social media is the way to go to get any information out, they did, the ones here in Rankin Inlet, they did go on local radio, so they did speak out for what they're running for. So local radio has been a means for the elders or people that are unilingual to hear from the candidates and also call in. But Facebook and social media is the way to go these days. So any pictures, fastest way to get information out. If they did say, they did give their emails and how they could be reached. So that's one of the quietest elections, I feel, for this year, the way it is pretty quiet. So our polls are still open for another few minutes. So we're an hour behind, and it'll take a little while for the polls to start being counted as well.
Selma,
back to you, Teresa.
Selma, very quickly, do you feel these difficulties have affected today's election?
It could be a major part of it, but our elders are usually the ones that are very strong in going to go vote no matter what the community is going through. From what I'm hearing from the young people, they don't have the same excitement or drive to go vote. Some of the things that I've heard is that nothing ever changes. We don't hear back from them. As young people, they feel their concerns or issues are not being addressed. From just going to some of the things that I've heard, they sort of think it's only for the older people, and something along the line, I think there became a disconnect. So I find the older people are still trying to find ways to go vote. The other thing that I noticed, there were no rides being announced. In previous elections, the candidates would provide rides to go and vote, and in this case, in this election year, for Rankin Inlet, I didn't hear any of that. In iqaluit, I did notice that they are providing rides for people to go and vote. They could call a number if they want to go vote, but it wasn't the case for this community. So we'll see how many people voted once the votes are counted. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Selma. Ingila bivallia zulirizit pulaqalaw mimmata hamalani Nunavummi tarkoa oqsortu liarunnaqsilaurmata CBC kunni bivallia zulirizit hausigerlavu oqsortu miuqano isumammangata.
Ja, ubangat sara kami mali oqsortormiut hiunartiksaptinik maligalaqtipnik miksaanut nipaqaqulugit tapkod aksornaqtut ihumalingtarnaqtumiksaanut ihumalaqalikkut aanneaqarnangittulaqalikkut ikayaqpaataqulluti inuqatiptiinut tapkoallunneqiit hunaqallulunniivarvingmi akittuuvallaamata akikligiaqpaalerunnerpatalu illuaqineeralaartoq iglulaqalikkulluumiksaanut atahimangittumi iglutaarunneralaaq iglutaaqullugilutamani iglukillioraptalu inugiangnermumiksaanut aksornarriqattama ilaanulutana ikayaqpaalerutikssamik takuyumeralaartugut ammalu tapkua kiinaraqmu amuhitiksaimiksaanu banking institute qanukiatayuqtaaqattartutaappuningittaa takuyumalunga.
Teimali sivulertiminerualaarmi matatamaani sivulertikiniartasinni teinali qannu pilirikkannequugayaqiutamaani orsortuumi
inungnik oqaahuinnimiksaanunnaalatsiaqullugu tukuliorningmullumiksaanut malit oqaahutsiaqqugaluartaqa ikayaqpaaldaqullunni uvaptinu inungnik
nualingi hunatuinna akitumman agistligiaqutiksami qinerahiuariaqartut sakkuat taakkununalingmiut hanaguaqatsianginninganut ajuqqartoqiutinik atoqattammata qitirpalluami ungataanuksaavuq nunalikkutaana mikiimmat sakkuallu pequtik niuviaksainneqaqaluitikiqattartutingmiukkut akitulluammata unatinnanna akittuumatamaani taakkuihimugilaugiaqarpallaaqquurtut ahiigalluittauq taapkuavallaangulorpaluuqtutamaani
teema sivulertissassinni tamaani nerualaarmigassi teinnalu qannertakugumakajaqqiu pilirikkanertillugu
takuyumayungnartakuvallaaqumallaqatamaunga nunaliptiinutikittarnersauluni tamaanilukat katip kailuni tukini hakluni inuit tamani kugang mi sabi malini tuakayang naksaluni ammaluttaw malagalyok tikawin mit kugang mit piumalay tuaksawalak naksayong nakpata namang naksayong naktuklema.
And we now have Adam Lightstone, incumbent candidate in Iqaluit Maniqazaq. Adam, what did you hear from people at the door when you were campaigning? What are your priorities if elected?
Hi, Teresa. The priorities that I've put forward this campaign election include enhancing public safety, increasing standard of living, and investing in more youth initiatives. And as always, I've put together a very strong platform with a number of initiatives under each area. But over the last few weeks, I had a lot of fun, I would say, going door to door and getting my steps in. I was really pleased from the amount of support that I have been receiving from iqaluit, and it was an excellent opportunity for me to hear directly from the people what they believe the government should be doing for the people.
What did you not get done last legislature that you want to get done if you are elected tonight?
Well, a lot of my campaign initiatives are issues and matters that I have been working on that unfortunately did not come to fruition over the term of the last assembly. But pressing matters include seeking additional mental health and addictions support for iqaluit that really need it. The amount of public intoxication that we see really needs to be addressed. And other very important matters include standard universal food programs in our schools, where it's standardized across the territory and it's universal so that every child has access regardless of need to prevent any sort of stigma associated with it. And another very important initiative is continuing the rollout of full-day kindergarten. So far, the government of Nunavut has about, I think, 12 schools that have full-day kindergarten, and the government started off with the low-hanging fruit, so to say, the least costly schools to roll that out in. But it's time for the government of Nunavut and the Department of Education to roll out full-day kindergarten in the larger communities like iqaluit, to have more impact on our youth and our families, and as well as free up more child care spaces.
What specifically would you like to do regarding mental health?
Well, there's a number of issues. So the RCMP are very busy here in iqaluit, and last year they had over 2,700 stays in their detention cells, aka the drunk tank. But I've been asking for the Department of Health and the government of Nunavut to send mental health nurses as well as social workers to visit the RCMP detachments in the morning and just inform those individuals, especially those recurring individuals, of what sort of programs are available and, more importantly, how to access those programs, just in case should someone make that healthy choice that they would like to get their life back on track.
Mr. Lightstone, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Teresa, and I hope to hear again from you soon with good news.
Takizwakhulano palya lirmaila takwa nirawakbit kivalirmi matumalik ilamatulangalik tut tusak palya langavoguilat nasak tautilugitako nirawaktok simazut nirawaktok kauzut. We are approaching the top of the clock where polls in Kivallik are about to close. We will have the latest results for you as they come in right here live, so stay with us. Ingila khawsima khuzimmi vogo khakitaw zakutaw tugunnak mizusipi valia zone khakitaw zamoklo si cbc.ca/northmut Taututtusi Nunavummi Niruaqtuliqitilluta 2025 me. You can also check our website cbc.ca/north for all the latest constituency updates. You are watching Nunavut Votes 2025. Unnukut tungasukitsi Nunavummi Niruaqtuliqinirmo 2025 me Teresa Khayachu-Vunga. Good evening and welcome to Nunavut Votes 2025. I'm Teresa Khayachu. Ullumi Nunavummio Niruaqtuqaumata Kinakko sivuliqtigisauniar mangata nalunai langazui ammalo sunait pimmariuti mangata atsurornartuillo kamakisauvaliagunnarlute. Kikkulangava initaaqtut tabbani 22 ichivautani maligaliorpimmi. Today, Nunavummiut have been going to the polls with hope and determination, choosing who will guide our territory through some of its most important challenges and opportunities, and who will fill these 22 seats here in our territorial legislature. Nunalimnia misuzut isumalu tigisaw khattaqtui illukitsanermo.
Qiqqiqattarnermun auqqarteqhimartualu khattaqtiluitaima illulireritaqattiaqqunnaugalluа.
Pirasa khattaqtui amisulualerninginni ammalo ilinniaqtuliqineq isumalunnartumiittillugu. Our communities face many challenges, from a crisis in housing and concerns about rising crime.
We have a big problem with cocaine and heroin in Cambridge Bay.
There's a lot of vandalism and mischief going around in our community.
To Nunavut's education system under stress. 58 ngummata niruaqatchait tusaqpalliasattinni niruaqtausuni nalunaiqsihattalangazuku ammalo takuchautilluta tamakkua isumaalu tigisaukazuttut uqausiqiniaqtavo. During our show, we will be touching on those issues and more as we find out who from among 58 candidates will become members of our Legislative Assembly. Unno takuchautilluta tusaqvikilangazavo Nunavummio. Throughout tonight's coverage, we'll hear from Nunavummiut across the territory. Taututtusi Nunavummi Niruaqtuliqinirmi. This is Nunavut Votes. Hingilatungasukitsi maannachautikitakuchautilluta tamanna pitsutikilluku Nunavummi Niruaqtuliqineq teimali qiqirtaalummi taakkuaniruaqbiit matoqqausui iqaqqauqataartumi ammalo kivallermi maannaquluuqataartu niruaqbiit matoqataartut teima suli tusalaungittuku taakkuninga Nunavummi Niruaqtuliqisikkunni. For those of you just joining us, we are live tonight with all the latest results as Nunavut Votes. Baffin region closed an hour ago and Kivalliq has just finished voting. We still have no results yet from elections Nunavut. Eva Michael, hausigalir milavo, Eva hanuilingaliqiva.
Nakammi Teresa, sivulnami tamanna niruarningilaukhausreqataartait isulippalle pingasuujortuni niruartausima viuyunikivalnermi tamaaniqawisarnertugu naasertausuvat leaneriyanginni ilangit niruartausima viuyuqawisaluanguartavut arviat uannanganut illuligaartullu tikkiqartuarlu Tabaneqaaguyumi John Main saalattalaortutaatsuminga immalegaleertiunerilaortanganut iliyaukkauttigilluni 2021-utillugu maannali niruagatsangu karnirsimayu pingajuani kiggartuigumalluni kisiana akkiraqartuuq Tony ulualluarmi sivullerpaami taanna niruagatsangorsimayu angiyoqaariyaoqattalaorsimayu kivalli inuikkautittiqatigiingannut Ammalo avani avia nigianut, Nana matuingat yok niruagat sauna suartu jo savikatak niruartau simavigilaq tangatay mangani 2013 utilago kisian taman-tamani niruagat saungimman maannalitana niruagat sauyu tana katimayu hattalaqsimayu aqvia no katimayinginnut Jamie qablutiaq ammalo aqviat ni tuqungayulri alaana quqsuq sitamaulluttiit suliasingi kivalnami niruartausimaviuyui tamaniinniartugu hauissarpallialu taqanunniruartauvalliammangata. And here in voting is wrapping up in 66 constituencies in the Kivalliq. We'll be here watching as those results come in this evening. Some constituencies to watch closely tonight. Up there at North Whale Cove is a race this year where John Main won this seat by acclamation in 2021. Now he is seeking his third term against Tony Luadluaq, a first-time candidate and former president of the Kivalliq Inuit Association over in Arviat South. It's an open race. Joe Savikatak held this seat since 2013, but he's not running again this time. Now it's a race between former Arviat Councillor Jamie Qablutsiak and Alana Huqsuqhizi, a coroner in Arviat. For the other four Kivalliq communities, I will be here all night bringing you the results as the counting continues. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Khawsgialer melavo Toby utak upachimazo Gwen Healy akhiarok takwai kazoktingi khawsisartillugi nirwaqtaw valliazuni Toby ukharunnaqhi ataututarnivi khanuippa teikani.
Kuyanamik Teresa tagpani inu serving min inuk pallerok takuning Gwen Healy akhiarong mit sapujiyak toktutik Pikugusuk tutamani tut utakiyun nili utakuning kanoiringan ang mga kiku niwaktaw si marang mga takwaglu avarusi malutik iman na arenate minak si valya yung inugyak si valya tilugo tagpani inuserving meet. The people who are supporting Gwen Healy Akarok, who's running for the iqaluit managayak, are excited. They cannot wait until the results are in, and it's a very good support system in this area. Amataw mana manitlunitaw ikayatana sapudjakataw yung ani unikaron nakluni tana kanuiging mga sibod lang may ukakon nakpi kinang mga akpit at ako silo ukaklugon.
Ani pita orasyo yung halam mo yung ulit ito nga.
Tema na Gwen Healy akarok sa pudjiyak toklugo tapani kataw gabi tana kanoy sa pudjiyak tokpiuk tako marigarok tiyo ni kurok tongmit akirak toktilugo.
Sa pudjiyak toktaka Gwen inuni ikadokaswaso mahawin mga ko amalo ikadok hatasuni kikutuin namning tekanitaw ikanada hataw kay nasunga mika doktora kay daga inuning ubatini sukuti sa siyangman.
Kano ito ni isumarutik sa ni takuyo masimavi kamagayaw ko lugit ni waktaw nakpan?
Manali inuktito na may nagwaksin madunga kamagayaw ko lugo inuktito kisya ni inuktito lagtawad ang mimata at sakutahang ni kung ano tamat sa mga pidyo madyaw kay pidyo madyutigi jaga nagwaktaw ko lugo.
Tay matakot pigyak palerok pat kisumidli sibudlak pang may takuyo mavit isumarutigiyaw yun ikamagayaw kulugin.
Tay ko na tay na ubatining sukdi siya hatang man takong inasukit siguro Ipigidaka uhausirigunagamiga kitabunga akawidaga tema.
Koyan naming.
Ihala.
Koyan nami ani pitsiulak. Tapani kataw sama. Pitaw la si mamianang. Ani pitaw la si tamani kataw ikarungni. Thank you Ani pitaw la si for supporting the Gwen Healy and during this election night. Back to you, Teresa.
Nakomi Toby. Hausigialer milavo o hausiu nginnak miso tamanna inu gaswar nermo akinga tana hausiu nginnak tutakununga nirwak tau gaswar tuno takwa nihit gasalid illulirinek akitunek pangu vod Nunavummi ullumiozo. Let's turn now to one of the top issues. The high cost of living has been a hot topic during this campaign. Groceries, gas, housing, everything is more expensive, it seems, these days. Ingilapi valias ulirizid, hausigala mata hanotakwa Nunavummi o isumamanga tatamachuma michano, hausigalavo.
Meanga iqaluit 60% nguluartut, neqiqangiluaqattarnerartau simayut 2024 mi. Statistics Canada kunne oqausiusimayoq, amisuulaanguneqartaullutik kanatalimaarmi. Kene mami malik, oqsortuumiutauyoq oqartoq, qautamaakkoq piaqaaqarpattangit piarnerunneerpalliatuinnartu.
They're getting like
Maanayoq akittorpalliavut takuyimavunga asijjiyunik teemanna ajornanginnersaunajartoq ammaroqai kikkurimaa qoviasunnersaunajarput inuusermi.
Teemeittuinnaulunilu nunapuulimaarmi. Talortuarnillu Fabian kangilik oqartoq ilagiikkoq ilangit kaaqattalertu.
A lot of people struggle.
Amisut inuit ajornartoqseerput amisut kaasuunguvut ammaru apersorluti neqine qarasaoyakkut uparu niinaaroutikku.
Iglulimmittauq soqosernuungajunik neqitaarutitaaqattarunneerninginnu attuisimallattaartu. Carolyn tapartuk eqqanajalaartoq inui soqosernu sivulluutittinermut pileriniulaartunut haamalakkunni. Oqartoq neqitaarutitaaqattarunneernerooq ilagiinut akailleorutimmaqialuulertu.
Tukseqarfiuqattalermata qoingilisarni immungniltu akittoq simaraarnikumu niuveqvimmiittu ikayuutaukkannerunnertormi qinaqattartu ilagi. Marigaruk tiksattinnu oqarumavunga neqitaarunnauttini ikayuutini saqqitittitsaagikkuti neqinu ikayuutaunajaqtunut nunarinnu saqqitittequyuvunga.
Kangerlinermi arnaluaq Frasen ikayoqattartoq ikoqqaq neqinit aikserpingmi oqartoq ikajortaujarialiikkoq amisoqorpalliatuinnartu. Piluartumit neqitaarutinut niuvertauqattalaortunu.
As a volunteer.
Akilersortaungillunga ikajortuullunga neqitaarvingmi amisuunersanik piyumajoqasuunguvoq qanertumi immungni quingilisarni uparuunni immungni.
Arnaluaq nunalingnik nammineq pinasoquyilertu. Oqartunilu neqinit aikserpiit kanatami ikaaqivikkuurutinga ikajortaufiksattaavauneqartanga neqinik aikserpignik pikaartittinasuttuni. Nunavummi neqarnerorpalliatillugu tukisinarsiyoq ikajortuiunnattaartunik inungnik qinerninginni. Caitlin Jonas, CBC Pivalliajut, iqalunni.
Almost 60% of Nunavut households reported being food insecure in 2024, the highest percentage in the country. That's according to Statistics Canada. Kinet Mami Malik lives in Joe Haven. He says daily essentials are getting harder to afford.
they're getting like pretty expensive now, so I would like to see that change. Our lives could be a little bit easier and maybe everyone could have a happier life.
The same story can be heard across Nunavut. In Telojuak, Fabienne Konkelik says some families are going hungry.
A lot of people struggle. A lot of people go hungry and they ask for food, like online or on the radio.
And in iqaluit, the end of the Food Vouchers program under the Inuit Child First initiative has left a void. Caroline Taparjuk is the former ICFI program coordinator for the hamlet. She says the end of the Food Voucher program hit families hard.
Families are skipping meals so their kids could eat, and family services
has been helping more families access formulas and diapers, which is very important. But for the next leader, I would want the food voucher program to come back, or at least have other options like food hampers or food banks in each community.
In Rankin Inlet, Anya Lulak Friesen volunteers at the Iqaluit Food Bank. She says demand for help keeps growing, especially on items that were covered under ICFI.
As a volunteer of food bank, I have been getting more requests for formula, for diapers, for even milk.
Hengna Luak encouraged communities to take the matter in their own hand. She says the Food Bank Canada website is a great resource for those starting a food bank. As Nunavut heads to the polls, the message is clear. Voices are calling for lasting solutions. Carl Cardinal, CBC News, iqaluit.
Ingilatu sa kataktagutakon ni Khid akingit, ilulirinig mo akingit, azok sa tweet, Nunavut mio amisuvot, sa katakatayla, taman na pidjutauva, nirwaktino, tigi manitok.
Ila teman namo tema o kakawunga, tamakko asidjak paleng tidliwin nirwaka gayakto katagayaksak. Ilangai suwarakiak sartu yalertuin. Akituyok jam magarang Manila niki tamani. Kalunani nunakamarwa sila tani wara tamani nakataro gama tamani lau pilakama ila nakalangaya kanigli. Akituyok jam mata. Mana tu sakatarisakat tatamakko ang ayokang yun anana yullo nikitsaming nutangin nirilawngin matago payutaw umayon ubaloba ay tsirong nangaktun tayman na tusalwakat talawng ikalwakata maana tayman na tusalwak tuwalokat talagata nikitsakang ituning ubarukang ikwa ang ayang natumon tamakunong akinaw yung niriyaw nga riktuwi kanukang ikwa piyugalwan Taiman na narunakto yaon neriluni ilangi taimay tuksaungan. Kisianili tamakko akakangitiming nikitarve kuruin ikayorjo hattaktuin. Ukwarunin kinaw yar magaro gorama tayanti aikun. Ikayorto iluti tamakko nga saangas sakattang mata gavamakkuning. Gavamakko pilari utuangu yakakangin mata. Takko enti aiku kinaw yarungin kanuili tawakatakalo mga tali kawi mangila kamali imakali ko ikayukan nila kaktugaro at makuninga.
Joanna si kano taman na ipigi hatak si maviyo ino kaswak mo aking.
Taman na akituyok narunang ito. Kasi nila isang magayaga una apak ko tigay madluguro. Tunak saktaro rakpita gawa magkunin. Isa nga tuwin na rakpita ubatin ni pinasungit luta. Taman na kaya tupak sa tiyo yung ubatin nyo. Bigya kaya kakatak kura karwakata ng minay. Tunak saktaw tuwin niyang idluta. Tunak saktaw tuwin naktidluta. Naok tayo mapiniyakta ka. Una piyo mayaka. Naok tayo mapiniyakta ka. Imeliw tuwin nakura kata. Tekwa siwuningan nang mina ayong itiyarok si magata. Ikayok to atiyak tuwa luta gawa magkunit. GNWT ngutidlugo. Maana ibigti si maramman Nunavut gawa magkunot. Aksarong nang naksawang mat. Suri akik sa paldeak ko karawang mataman na. Taman na di isang magayaka. Tekwa piluang waktu ming piyo arurok to ten na Jordan Principle. Uwatin nyo tao kayo takarawang ming ingotak kakamamakong ni. Aksarong nang mata iglugaro akilaksawa kaklugo kamakotidlo tamakwa kuruye. Teko ikayu tao kataktuit ipiyo yuwaru amaru ikalong ni ubani nunaring niliw ilangin nyo sa kataktak ka food bank. Teko atok tamakayarong mata ikalong ni piluang waktu me. Abong akadlaro tukilagay siyong mata iklaktuit nakimi akikangit yun. Teman ilinyak titiyaga kakurak tigot nang mini pilim maksa nang me una nakatao gun ila nakatakotik sa me piyakakakkulirtugut sivullermeqa isimuikautigiligu makkua sunagaisakkuit gas tamakkua ikayutaukkannerlutik maani tuktugiaqqarunniarsimagatta tamakkua sunagaillusakkui tamakkua gaslu ikayutaukkanneqattarpata gavamakkunnit ikayutaqarnersaaqquuqtu inuusermun amma inu ileqqusinginni atornersaulерlutik teema tuktu akkunerulu neqigiyunnarattigut immu engiinna qautuinnarluunni neqigiyunnarattigulli niuviqaluaruttigut amisiummata pidjutiksei qangattautiaruillu tamakkuangummata kisianittaa una uqautaunginnartu mental health taanna aktuaneqaqqormingman akseruluaqattaleqatta maanna makkuktuillu imminiaqattartuigguut saqqaujavut tamanna uvanili iqalungni kangerlinermilu nalunangitto taakkua neruagaksaujulimaattiat uqalaungimmata imialuktaarvik matulaorli uqautauqattartuugalua taakkunangalli neruagaksaujuни tisalaunginnama takanna imialuktaarvik beer and wine matulaorli imailiortunik kiinaujalialuqquulertuugaluanikkua gavamakkut millions nginniittunik tamanna akserornaqsingmat uvanituangungittuq nunalinnullu naksaqattarmata qangatasiukkut aanniaviliarsimayut naksalerlutik kangerlinermilittoor teemeeqqormingma tusaqattartavut tisamanigu imminertoqalaortu teemakkisiani pidjutik saqaramik akserornartumik taanna oqaramatuinnarlugu quyannami
Elisape Hanokle tusaqattarsimaleqqi
tainna piugiyaung yugiallauqattalo Jordan's principle taanna tusaqlugu teikkua atullarittuia jorsaqattaloortuin uqattalilaurmimmata takkuulinu taami tuniuqattaummata akitturiarituinnarivuigu so khan tunijaapiugaluangata asitjillaringittu akitturiakkanituinnarmimmata tunijarnin amma piqaruniitillugui akkiligiattautsangillan qanuqtuugiaqallarittu tamanna nammini qangata teikkua uqautigunnanginnattigu kisihani qauisartauqattalaurliit nutaani kiinaujani ikayuutitsaugajallagigaluartunin tunisiyuaguimata ajoqsartukuluit akitturiangaaqattangata tamanna qauisartaugiaqaqtu sugijaqa asiani nutaani ikayugutitsani alakkayuqalangpat.
We are speaking about the cost of living. What actions can the government of Nunavut take to help? Elisape.
I strongly believe, knowing now when there's could be really good support programs come into play, like Jordan's principle, and those users who are very appreciative of it have noticed, because they're the struggling of our communities, they know the prices inside out. And they noticed right away when this program came that all the stores increased their prices. So I think although businesses we have no control over, I think there has to be some kind of mechanism in place so that if governments or maybe NTI provides a program that stores don't turn around and up their prices because it defeats the purpose.
Manitok, I'd like to hear your thoughts on ways the government could help.
On mental health?
High cost of living.
Oh, high cost of living. I know there are different stores down south. We have all kinds of grocery stores. And to get a cheaper price, we can go to a cheaper price store. I think we have a problem with we just have two stores. And Arctic Co-ops were supposed to be owned by the members should probably be the one that should lower the prices. Northern Store is the other store. We don't have any other stores to go to Maybe it's time NTI comes up with a grocery store. Maybe something they can think of. Because there's no other choice. These two companies are just competing with each other. And it's true what Elizabeth said. When people got Jordan Principle funding, the stores upped their prices. Even though Arctic Co-ops is Inuit owned and Inuit membership, and supposedly they're the ones that decide. Inuit are saying it's too much. Why doesn't that store, who is owned by the members, lower the prices? This is the situation we're in now. What Jonas said is true. We're just being given. But we have come to a point where in a crisis situation where children are starving, they probably go to school without any food. And a very good question is, why is the beer and wine store still going on? Nobody is mentioning that. It seemed to contribute to a lot of problems in the communities. And most of that money that should go to the children is going to the wine and beer store.
Jonas, do you have any ideas on how the government could help?
Yes, there's a high cost of living in the north, for sure. Everything's flown in, and so the stores or the consumer are struggling to pay for a milk, you know. But the Jordan Principle program worked out very well. I used it because I have 2 grandchildren that I look after. But my thought is we're being given handouts and we're getting used to it. And we go to election like NTI and they give us $100. We're just being given handouts. I think it's a wake-up call this time around that the government or the people should be starting to think differently, to look after themselves, to buy their own, and how to make their own, get their own food by not being given handouts. So I think one of the things that a good program would work is if the government can provide hunting incentive where ammunition or gas vouchers are given to the hunters, so that a caribou would last more than a milk. So those are just my out loud thoughts.
Thank you all. Just a reminder, the polls closed a few moments ago in the Kivalliq region. Hawzi galig milavo kangir sinirmi pivallia zulirisi Selma Eccles, hawzi saktumana ila hawzi manihagma khanuilinga mga tatakwa ni wakta ukaswakto akveani o hawzi rigun nakiki Selma kikum mangata.
I tema akveani wangdingani marungnik Nerwaga kartakakmat arbelu tikerarjualu takwa katimayut arbeat oangninga tamna nerwaga tau himakata lauto John Main inuktut arlu me atilik amma tana maligaleo wingmut nerwaga ngugeoktok toni ulualuak takwa marublutik Nunaling ilatikirar warmo kimaliklutik tamangmek neretit seraluklutik mumingwartitsiblutik inugnut uglar ilatay kanuileo roluyartitsibluti pilaw mata ama arveanittaw taymannataw tamangmek pingwartitsiblutik neretitsi tammaarlutik inuit uqallagar ilakatiqatiqarlutik takwa taiman na leorningit nik tuhauman nang nekhaubut kakitaw yakulu Ajinik takunnartalauqlutik taimannailiortut ammanaalautia kullu arvaarpaluunerartau yukkut tuhaqqautalauqlutik tuhaumannarlutik taikkua arvayan puigulerama arvayan niggianut taamna hivullerpaa alana quksuk taamna makkuktuubluni ataatanga George Quksuk maligaliortiulauqimayoq taanna ilinniaqqimayoqtauq uuktortoq makkugiyakka arvaarmiutaugamailaat nutaraulauqimak mata makkuktuuyartut taakkua arvaani neruagakkauyut taamna tuglia Jamie qablutsiaq ilinniarvingmi hanattaqqimayoq ammalu katimayoqatautaqqimabluni haamlakkutnut akhoruutiqarlunittauq maqaitiala katimayingitnik ikayortui himayoq arviat qanimmata kuugiuarmut Manitobamut ammalu Saskatchewanmut tamakkua kigliqarningitnik taana ikayortuininga ajiungiuyartut taakkua akhoruutiqaluktaartut arviat amihulaatiamianik nutarartaqarmat taikkani ilinniarviktaqarluni luaglaat pingahuniuqqooq ilinnialihaartunut makkuktut amihutsiamianguk matali arviani taana ujjernauyarpoq Teresa.
Nakormingila Selma. Inila hausi mahusivugusuli utak hivugut. Takwa nasartanginni Nunavummi niruartulirisikut. We are still waiting on results from elections Nunavut. Takwa tunisippata hausikkaivallialangavugu nasartanginni. We will bring you the latest the moment we get them. Manauso hausikialrmilavu Eva Michael. Eva asinginni nunalinni hausikakkannirunnaruviki nalliani maanna hausisaqi.
Teresa maanna tauvanikkivallermi qamanittuaq hawi saluanguartavu pidjutigillugu taanna Craig Simailak niruagatsangersimajoq akiraqartuni maligaliortiulaorsimayumut Simeon Mikinguaq 2013 mi 2020 mun maligaliortiulaorsimajoq kisiani nuqqarnilaorsimajoq ilagi ninginta ilagi ninginnum ilangannu pidjutiqartuni ammalu tauvani kangerlini nigianut taga Curly taanakunni niruartausi maqattarsimajoq aqqaagunut avatinut taana maannakkut akano niruagatsauggilluni maanna aulatsisigayauyu Nunavut tungavikkunnu Jerry anawaarmut ammalu taana allattimmariulaorsimajoq Nunavut tungavikku katatiqatigiinginnun aanitattuini. Thank you, Teresa. So for Baker Lake over in the Kivalliq region, we're keeping an eye out because Craig Simailak is running this time around against former MLA Simeon Mikinguaq, who was MLA from 2013 to 2020, who stepped down for family reasons. Over in Rankin Inlet South, where Tagak Curley is running, a long-time politician for 20 years, and this time he's facing NTI manager Jerry Anawak and former NTI Chief Executive Officer Annie Tatuini. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Te matamanna khawsi saqtaunginnarmiso isumaluutikisautsuni tamanna piqasanniusoq khawsigaarlavo khanuilingammanga.
Termiunittoq iqaluttuuttia haamalakkungi katimavitsuartittitillugit aujaulaortumit oqauseqalaortut aangiarnartunit iqaluttuuttiarmi Katimadjutaulaqililaortoq aangiarnartut pitjutaullutik maqquk angutiik aullaqtitauyareaqalaorsimammatik aannersertaulaortillugik aangiarnartut isumaalunaqaluartillugit imialuk peqataummiyo qikertaalummilli iqalunni isumaaluutaummiyo imialuk atuinnauluarningani innukiaktunillu aangiaaqattarna taqqiulaortumit paliisikkut unikkaanginni oqauseqarmiyo 2020 minikkuuq maqqaartiluartumik amisuunersaulurmata oqaalatjuteqaqattartut aangiaartuni Bert Rose iqalummiutaulertoq 40-uluartunut aqqaagunu oqartoq aqqaagukasanukkuoq aangiaaqattartut inukiaktukkuvinni amisuulerpalliatuinnarngata
Tusaavuti inungni torluraartunik ammalukisumut torluraaqattautivata torluraaqattautiyui pidjutigillugu aivautillutik qatangutinginnut ammalu aivautillutik qitorngangittasaanganni ammalu imialuk pidjutaulluni
Joseph ikataarnukarteq maiaujoq arveanuk kivallerni oqarmijoq imialuqarteeligaluartilluguko qarveani imialungnut tikitaunginnaqattartu
Namiajujo tingmihuukkulu atikittarsuti tikituukkulu umiakkulu aujakkut samaungaannunaptinno
qitormiunittoq kuugaaruq imialuqarteelimmijoqo haamalakkut allattinga Michelle Byers oqartoq imialuukkoq atuinnauninga piyaugalangningalu isumaaluutaujunit oqausiugajuktoq katimaleqaangata Nunavut kavamakkunginnullu ikajortaujumaqattarsimalertuti aangiaarnartuleqiqattarneq pileqiangugialaartoq nequartoqalaunginningani kavamauniartuni Caitlin Jonas CBC Pivalleayut iqalunni
In the Kitikmeot region, the hamlet of Cambridge Bay held a town hall meeting this summer to address the use of drugs in the community. This came after a drug-related assault led to the medical evacuation of 2 men in the community. While drugs are a concern, so is alcohol. In Baffin, the city of Iqaluit is worried about alcohol use and public intoxication. RCMP stats show that last month, calls involving alcohol nearly doubled in Iqaluit since 2020. Bert Rose has lived in Iqaluit for more than 40 years. He says that over the years, public intoxication has worsened.
You'll hear people screaming. And what are they screaming about? They're screaming about fighting within their families and fighting in front of their children, and alcohol's involved.
Joe Savikatak Jr. is the mayor of Akfed in the Kivalliq region and says that despite being a dry community, alcohol is still finding its way there.
Where just fly in only majority of the year, most of the time, but there are other ways where alcohol could go in overland or boats in the summertime or snowmobiles winter season. So those are the ways alcohol gets into Hamlet.
The Kitikmeot community of Kugaruk is also dry. Hamlet SAO Michelle Byers says that access to alcohol and its use is a regular concern at their council meetings, and that the hamlet has reached out to the GN for help. The task to deal with substance abuse will now be before the new elected government. Mahnur Mubarak, CBC News, Iqaluit.
Eva Michael Khawzigaler Milavoto Sakpalialiqatta Nasaqtausi Mazuni. Eva?
Nakumitrisa sivulaqpaamatana amittormi niruartausimavuyuq saqqiyuit sivulaqpaangallutit niruagatsaulluni Abraham Khamaneq sivukkatartussulu niruartaungittiugala tungilerilluni Roger Baudry taakku atausermik saqqiisimayui niruaqiartorsimavuyunut tisamaalluti atangirtugit Manukhausiuyut Abraham sivukkatartoq niruartaungittiugala selu 102 niruartausimayumaannamuttikittugu 47 ngullutit Roger Baudry Rena iqqittoq 34 note ammalapaa hauli 31 niruartausimaleqtumaannamuttikittugu over in Amittoq the constituency results, we have Abraham Khamaneq leading by 55 votes at 102. Roger Baudry now in second place with 47 votes. Rena Iqittuq with 34 and Paul Howley with 31 votes at this time. And Abraham Khamaneq is leading but not elected yet. Over in Amittoq. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Ingilata ko na saktaw valia tillogi manna o kakatigilang agatigo Verna Strickland nirwa katchauzo tununir mo manna o kakalaw tiko kakatigilang sa vumich matalimit tillogo tunga sotsiari Verna.
Hi, Verna, just making sure you can hear us.
Mana siya kaya karni kausi kaya lang sa vo mana tu saksa chiangi ma ingila ta kwatu sakata tavoni kwakta valia zone ilino karo makai Joanna sita na Abraham Khamanek akuni kati mazio si malek to sani kazak anguna sutuli rizikunne si volio jigumachoni lo avatili me khanu tamanai sama gevio
Tana Abraham kawi madluhu pila kawi nunaring mitabani. Ako niya ruglo teka nang miutaw chu yang mat pagong ni kodlo nila. Umayong niyaktik ko ni ikayurang wak paklone amma kewaye ko ni ini katudjakatigi ko nun kati mayo katawlo ni. Tana saili siungudlo nila o katya siungudlo nila. Gawa makkuno ikanayak tiyak koklongan na tusaw matitilagayodlo ni. Piyaw niya kasugayakari tako nasa uti mariklugit sanagayaktan na mikiya paraguruman. Teka nilo kawya mayot yaklo ni ukakun natya siungullo nilo. Pitaktit simadlo nilo umayong niyaktik kunnon. Kayo sitit siungun nga nun. Tema nasa uting iman na ang iluang wakko.
Manitok, karo taman na isumagivyo.
Ila tana kawi mangi tagaloa kitseni nirwa tau jutigi yumalau tanga iko yaga taga takpaunga Mary River Mine tapaunga katatu mako umerchuan tawo na ako nag ako tigi yaw la ko nago sana yaw saniago ukaksimakoman tana imakaila yaw yok so kaimat nunaman na salomayolo tillogo nirzutillo ila to sakatang ko lagata nirzutin tuktokatiangin nalilaw tukibadlang may makahalakap to no sunanok kaya kawi mangitunga kisani o yakata pedjotaw na sugiyaw law kuman tana ayaw tuy lawman tana sana gayak ako tigiyaw la ko nago o yakata ano so kay mamerjo ami sokjo agaro itakpiking wakatang mata o yakata yang mitimatariyo saniani itumun tachimunga tau nagawa tau loa asugiyaga
Ibilili sa piano taman na isa magivyo to no anilo sunilotan na Roger Beaudry nire nakataka taman na tako kataktate.
Ilang aga ni unato pahale kaya magakutaw Joanna sititu ataw si miyong ito nunalagalami kati mayu si mamataw so kaya magagalo ma nunalagalani ang iniksaw niyak suwi kayak ka amar na ni kayok tuwingin na sunga ma tanat radyo kaya maluwag na ko adiging gala at ako niyak suwi kayak nga niwang
Halo natin to sa akong nakuta kanuin pa Joanna si tako ila tell me your reaction to what we just saw, the votes coming in. Abraham Khamanek in the lead, long-time board member of the Sanigazak Hunters and Trappers Association. One of his priorities is environmental concerns.
I'm not surprised at the moment he's leading because he's done a lot of work for the community. Hall Beach is a small size, mid-sized community, and everyone knows one another. But Abraham has proven that he helps the community, especially with the Hunters and Trappers organization, by acquiring some of the equipment that will help the community in terms of managing wildlife issues. So I'm not surprised he's leading at the moment, and he's been a board member for Kikitani Inuit Association for quite a while, and he's calm and quiet, but he gets the message right across. I wouldn't be surprised that if he gets elected. So that's my thought right now. It might change. The numbers might change.
I'm going to hold this conversation. I believe they've resolved the technical difficulties we had prior to this conversation. Dan naila Verna Strickland nirwaga chauzu tununirmo manau halaw tiko hakatigigun naksikako michimatalimitil logo Verna tungasukchiarit.
Kuya mi Teresa.
Verna hakun nakisuma nirwaga cha rogumalaw mangakpi tununirmo.
Nirwaga so you mari ila nirwaga so jerong ikarok tunga kisani tamatumani auyo yumi piyak sa karuya katakama ilina raksimarok tunga kangitlinong mo practicum rakturoks ilina tani kanayan ni pilga karakturokama August ngokasuningani piyakiraku ilina taka kanayak takon na lilawkama teman nemat kanaya taron nanginara pidjutigilo akoklugo nirwagak samu matwilma namanangma nirwagak so sikadlarok tunga tamakwa nirwagak so jutigiyaka iglokatengino inuragana amma inu pirkusingi ukawsiri ila gavamabu inung no aturaktit ila kano namaraktik Jumi yun ng mga tigo teman na gutigililaw pa ka.
Hanoy katalaw kalikang iksinir miyo daw tilotita man nanik wakto likinik.
Ayong narok to piyak sakal o kakao kama piyak sakaro kama ilinak sinak lungaro Bachelor of Social Work mi piyak sakata kama Amar umerja ko outla kaklunga outla simaya kaklugtidlunga nirwaga ksauni matuilaw ma umerja mislunga asila camp kano nirwaga ksauni ni okawsa kakatagaksa umerja mislunga ayon naroma Facebook ku kisani amma tarafuku okawsa kakuru yakatarok tunga nirwaga ksauni ni ayong narok tugara kisiani piyarpo alene.
Takwalo ikazok titihano nilagvigi kumavike.
Alene gusutyak tunga kuyagit jak sugidlu ikayok tika teman naro ikayok doktor jaka sugilawngin nama kisiani ukpero suktunga ikayok tino ayong ititaw gama kuyan nami jak pagka ikayok tigiyak kapilok tung Jesse Gordon ikayoy ng mga temang nirwaktaw ng ikaraguma kanuing isluni nirwaktaw guma kanuing iskidluni kisani agne unong nagse utokata ng mata teman na ukawti yung magibaka utokatakta.
Verna kalunatito sa kutoron na kuno kanuingipa. Verna Strickland, candidate for Tununuk, is on the phone with us. She's in Pond Inlet. Verna, why did you decide to run for MLA for Tununuk?
The reason why I decided to run for MLA was because I just finished school I took my Bachelor of Social Work degree with Memorial University, and it took too long for for anyone to hire me. So a spark came for me to run for MLA, and accidentally I ended up being nominated, and not accidentally, but like out of nowhere, I was nominated because I agreed to it, and I thought it was time. And so the reason, there's some things that are very important to me, such as housing, children and youth, mental health, and for our Inuit to have or to take back the government that we were meant to have. And so this is why I was running for MLA.
Thank you so much for your time, Verna.
Thank you, Teresa.
Ingila tu sakpalia liqattaila niquaq ilana saqtausimazuni Eva Michael hausigialaq milavo.
Nikami Teresa, tauvani kangislini wananut illudigaartammu niruartausimaviuyuq tusarpigi valliagattigu sivunlerpaangulluni maanna amisuunerpaanut niruartausimalertu Kathy tautungi taakua atausiugula niruaraaqt beesimayuqausiqartillugi tallimaammata atingertiguit pingasunut taana ila taana maana 37 niruartausimayuq ammalu taana Alexander sammortuq 27 niruartausimalluni taana maligaleertiulortuq. And over in Rangelin North, we have some numbers coming in. Rangelin North, Chesterfield Inlet, where Kathy Tautungi is currently leading, but still a lot of votes to be counted. Kathy Tautungi currently has 37 votes against incumbent Alexander Samukta at 27 votes. That's only one poll out of 5 reporting. And we'll have more for you as the night goes on. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Tema Nunavut miuni tu sakayalak mita.
I am so hopeful that we're going to see positive change because right now in the community there has been an increase in crime. There's been an increase in the unstableness of and uncertainty of some of the issues that are coming across, with the introduction of hard drugs into the communities, the talk of having a beer and wine store here. My hope is that we're going to have some strong MLAs in the Legislative Assembly advocating for more support services, for more funding to those services, and funding that's easier to access. Nonprofits and organizations across the territory have a hard time in obtaining funding, and I'm hoping that it'll be easier to get contribution agreements and to have fundings being released in a timely manner. To be a nonprofit, to cover the overhead costs, that can be an issue. So my expectation is to have a more streamlined Legislative Assembly and Cabinet with the 7th Legislative Assembly.
Tamannaila uirisimaneq imialuk ammalo pirazan niuso isumalu tigisaunginnartillugu khanuqli tamanna gavamakkunno kamagisaugiaqartoqithio manitoq.
Ila taakkot taichimani 99 gavamautilluta paaukalikku pikoro isimalaganermon ajorsissimanermo tamakkununga kai saqatittiniarnaqalaarsimammati kisiani imanna isimanartoq taakkua gavamaujun taakkuninga beer and wining sivuliutittilaumata tamakkua namusaabbissaqangitilluguin namunngarbissaqangitilluguin ajorsissimayui sunatuinnamon tamakkuaru aangajaarnartu ajjigiingittuaruit qaujimangitavulluunni aangajoqqaangulluta tikittuaruulertu Nunavut iluaniilertuin tagva panersiibbiqangittugun taakkua gavamakkun sivulliutittilaumata aangajaarnartuning aaqittaubimmik namunngaubimmik pitaqangitillugu tamanna isuangittummaqajalaugaluaq teinero arvermiu meiyungauqaqqaugman qanutuinnaalu itiqattartui aangajaarnartuin taakko liberalku ukkuersilauqaartillugit supportorlugarmi piluakkannertuarermaajjigiingittuaru aangajaarnartuarui piyauluakkannilermata titeqarneervikkullu tikisaigunnarsillute pingmata tamakkua tamajja qitungariinun pittiangijutaujualuulertuin nalunarunniirtuugaluaq taakkua gavamakkuulangajui tamatsiminga isimallattaareeqarniartuin kano ikayok tau ni araruang mga ata tamakko ayok sisimaruak tuaruin ikayok tau bigsami kinakataktuk sa waruang mata. Ta ko isimarong naruak tuarurutun ajiging ituaru ang ayang notorin ukwa biran wine tuinaw ituaruin sang iyuaruin isimamulo so kung naktu tamakko atikit tuarong mata Nunavut. Ta ko sibulu jaw yaya kalawng ikaruang mata ang ayang natuniniwi at sakakbin. Taman na tamadya isimareo ko tigiyaw yaya kalatarak to panagsibing min o kalaw jibing min kanonok ka kumayunon iniming pitakaya kalatarak to sibulyo jaw yaya kalaw kalaman.
Elisapi, I'm going to switch to English here. Drug and alcohol addiction, rising rates in crime. What do you think the government needs to do?
We need to concentrate on multiple things. Housing is critical because it has a huge impact on your mental health. It is. Every person has a right for a safe place, privacy. We don't have that. I know in iqaluit way back there was a march to when marijuana was the big problem at the time, and I've talked to local, some of our iqaluit who are saying now, we did that big march to the snack at the time, because that's who was providing it. And today we've learned there's even stronger stuff, and we have not taken action ourselves. Is it time? There's that conversation happening now. But I think it has to be more than that. The people could take a walk, but what then after, right? These people with mental health, we need to be mindful. If they're reaching out, they need to be called upon. It only takes one person to ask, and if the government does not respond to that ask, they're going to sit there and suffer silently. So we need to be more proactive in reaching out when people, like for example, the treatment center when it opens. Policies in these institutions is you have to be sober for 30 days. Well, when they're reaching out now and they're feeling helpless, suvale, right? So these are the kind of conversations we really good kind of conversations we have to have after, I think, the election.
Joanna, our community is talking about going dry again. Do you think that needs to happen?
Tanari isumagayaga tekkogawa maginiaktabu sangiyu yaga kangna koktut tamatuminga ukausaktuin na parung matanigawagaksaw mental health tayo yung mata ilangin tukimuago tiksami pangnaw tiksani isima kaktuksaw yugarwat kasi ani atang luting ministung lu amaru premier gunyak tangan siungu yaga kang naktu siungu tidlu tisangi yurutik okakun naklutik nokkak tiyun naklutik marigari kun naklutik iman na nokkakutik saming tamakkuninga sakkat yaga kakayak koktuit tekwa gawa maunaktu taman na ikpigiyagu ni siurigutik tamannaru immini qattang na suicide prevention uqawsa uruq simayugaru uqawsi qattagune makkuktuit matuiq pallianaqsaqqoqayang mata tamanna isimagidlugu tema tekwa ilangin mari nagawagaksaw uqakataktugaru uruqianangittumititti nangmi isimalluti safety tamanna ilaqang mat parisikkunniklu tamakkunningagarak ilaqang mat pilaqataqaqattaqlutik tekwa suunguquyagaruakka sangiyuqqagaruak niaqtagaruakka iliqasuqangillutik aaqqiksiyunnaqlutik piuqquyingkaruappa taanna isimagiyauyu
Taanna iqalunni matuila sitillugu galuapaniqsi vikisiani Elisapi takukkanneriaqaqqita
Lari, nalunang tatatsaw sa rilarmidyo. Hawi maligama, mayor si malunga, ang iyu'i pimmari alak panataw gaswak tilugin. angirutta pannalertilluta matuilangatillugu ilaannikku mikisitsausirisuu angillisuungummatta iqaluitakulugu yaqaaruni faini maqguatiangillilausimamman nunalgala avviami amiswalui amisuqukaallatsimalui so tamakkuaisumarige qauimayugum naammatjaangi taannasanaja nunalgalaani sanakkannirialinalunanni
nakupmik ingilata kisua hulanu simmimma takwa nirwaq bit khitermiuni matulanga simmizot takwa nasaqtaw vallia zopi vallia tillugi khausikai khattalanga vugut takko chau chau tikitilluta. We are approaching the top of the clock where polls in Khitermiut are about to close. We will have the latest results for you as they come in right here live, so stay with us. Khausigarun nagmizusi khanuilinga mga tatakwa nasaqtaw vallia zot khakitaw zamurlusi cbc.ca/northmut takwa nalunaiqtaw vallia mimma tahakitaw zakko taututtusi nunavummi niruaqtuliqinermi 2025 me. Unnukut tungasukitsi nunavummi niruaqtuliqinermo 2025 me. Teresa Khiachuvunga. Good evening and welcome to Nunavut Votes 2025. I'm Teresa Khiachuk. Ullume nunavummio niruaqtuqqaumata kinakko sivulirtigisauniarmangata nalunailangazui ammalo sunait pimmariutiummangata atsorornartuillo kamagisauvalliagunnarlute kikkuulangava initaartut tabbani 22 itchivautani malikaliorbimmi. Today, Nunavummiut have been going to the polls with hope and determination, choosing who will guide our territory through some of its most important challenges and opportunities, and who will fill these 22 seats here in our territorial legislature. Nunalinnia misuzut isumalu tigisaw khattaqtui illukitchanermo.
Qeqeqattarnermut auqqarteqhimartualu khattaqtiluitaima illulirisi-taqatsiaqqunnaugallua.
Pirasa khattaqtui amisulualerninginni ammalo ilinniaqtuliqineq isumalunnartumiittillugu. Our communities face many challenges, from a crisis in housing and concerns about rising crime.
We have a big problem with cocaine and heroin in Cambridge Bay.
There's a lot of vandalism and mischief going around in our community.
To Nunavut's education system under stress. 58 ngummata niruaqatchait tusaqpalliasattinni niruaqtausuni nalunaiqsiqattalangazuku ammalo takuchautilluta tamakkua isumalu tigisaukazuttut uqausiqiniaqtavo. During our show, we will be touching on those issues and more as we find out who from among 58 candidates will become members of our Legislative Assembly. Unno takuchautilluta tusaqvikilangazavo nunavummio. Throughout tonight's coverage, we'll hear from Nunavummiut across the territory. Taututtusi Nunavummi niruaqtuliqinermi. This is Nunavut Votes. Tungasukitsi takuchauchau tikitilluta unno Nunavummi niruaqtuliqitillugit. Te mali khitermiuni niruaqvingi matusimalertut takwa naasaqtau vallialertillugillo kivallermi khikertaalummilo niruaqtau giaqtuqqausut te ma Iva Maiko khawsisaqma taakkuninga naasaqtau valliasuni Iva uqarunnaqhi khanuilingalermanga takwa matutillugi khitermiuni niruaqpiit
nakmim Teresa Dayma law khawsaqtaaqavitaakwa sitamaulluti niruaqtausima viujuit khitermiuni matuvallaajuit niruaqeertorbiit khawi ina saqqipallianeertuit taakwa naasaqtauvallianeriangin unnu tamani ilanginnunali khawi saluanguartavut iqaluttuutsiaq ilagillugu niruaqtausima viik taakwa naasaqtaukkanergiaqalauqsimammata niruarnautillugu kingunittinni maqqwaqtimmarik Pamela Grass taana saalatsalauqsima 2021 utillugu taana saangajauluni Nunavuttungavikkunna aulatsisigajaui Peter Hukkaq maannakkut ammalo Fred Peterson mut taanakut tukimortitsisimmaqigijaujuq Qitirmiu ini katutjaqatigiinginnun taakko khanwili naasartauneriyangi khanwi palliamangata qawisarniartavuun. And as you said, there are 4 constituencies on Mountain Time with polls closing now. We should start seeing results from these polls as the night continues. Some communities we're watching closely is Cambridge Bay. This constituency went to a recount in the last 2 elections. Pamela Gross took the seat in 2021. She's facing NTI manager Peter Hukkak again, as well as Fred Peterson, Executive Director of Qitirmiut Inuit Association. So Pamela is leading at this time. Second place, Peter Hukkak and Fred Peterson. And still, numbers are to come in for that constituency. Back to you. One other thing we're watching for is iqaluit, where Gordon Kautuk is currently leading by quite a bit. He has 368 votes at the moment against incumbent MLA Mary Khilirti with 25 votes. Mamia nawalawak tako kiputilang bigaki. Nasaktawalanangin khalunati to inutitulu Gordon Sivukataktaman na 368 note nirwaktaw simayok maligaliyok tiulok to Mary Khilirti man na 25 nirwaktaw simayok tako taututugit tawani kangiptuwapin mikikiptarduarmillu kikaktuina suartui tako 90% marinno amisuniqsoojui Gordon Kautuk Sivukataktok. Ilindu Teresa.
Nakokmi Eva, oik tamanna hausirinia tutchaummisavo kisianili Toby utak hausigiakainnaklavo mana Gwen Healy achiarok ikasoktingini upachimamma iqaluit maniqasarmi Toby uqarunnaqqimaanna qanuilinga visi.
Qoyanami Teresa mana tapani suri inugeruangi karuarluni kiseani takwa sapujiyaqtortut aksullaru utjernaqtut takwa utaqqitteaqatausimayut takkuninga takwa niruarsimayuni naisarnermi isurinnasunninginni takwa uqallakatarurujarlutik unikkaarpaklutiklu qanoq upigusungninginni teimannausimavoq takpani ilangilluunni tamani manaqayang mingikkaruartillugi qainginnaqsimangmata saputjiyartorlutik. Right now here at the Inusilvik, the supporters here are coming not only from the Managayak area here in iqaluit, there are also supporters that are in different parts of the iqaluit. And the support system is really warm in here. And here I have with me a supporter who is not from Managayak, but from Nekungu. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Madeline Cole, Nyahungu Miutauyunga, but I'm downtown here supporting a friend and somebody who works very hard for Nunavut. So I'm here for Gwen.
Why have you decided to come here to support Gwen?
Well, I think anyone who's willing to put their name in for any level of election is should be drawn to public service and wanting to help and wanting to make change. And I know her, and I know she works incredibly hard for health and education and for all of our well-being, literacy, you name it, she's on it. And so there's a lot of people here who have been able to vote for her, but I'm not in her riding, but I'm here in solidarity, with everyone. We should all vote, and it's a time to think about what we want in our government.
There are quite a few people here to support Gwen Healy Akaro. What kind of vibe are you feeling while you are here with them?
Well, we're happy, we're warm, we're eating tuktu soup, and it's we're hopeful, and we'll see how the night pans out. But and we're also meeting in the amazing building that she was a big part of making happen, which is a big resource for everybody in Nunavut. Yeah. So.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. Thanks. Good night. Bye.
Good night. That was Madeline Cole from Nakungu here to support Gwen Healy Akero. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Toby. Inila te malito sa kata commute ta ko ni roa tok si mazuya mi so ningin ni 368 na saktaw si malikto itach mga Gordon kautok tan nalo ni roa taw kan ni kaswakto galwa Mary khilirti man na saktaw si mazui 25 joana si taw to kata ke khoak sakto saktil lo ti kanota man na isumagifeo
wakad lang ta ko si wudlak pa ko mata na sauti isimakkaw yung kanwara ukwa kay tamang tiyugaro tay matigeru unga sigik tiging matik nariaglun ni nunari angin aksayo piyo mayaminik narunak nasukko mata takwaru ila nasaw ti tikip padlianing mariglugit tana asidjituin nakakaming mat ukakaw gama taman nagawang ng asirok tayo na uyang man. Tana magkuktulo nilo kisiyan ito tana marigariok tayo ukatakto pilarikan mariaruraw ila pilarikan man apersyun na uyak nilo apersyutit wang ni tana ri man nakamagiyaka ila tapak tunga man na watyago asidjituin nakakakto.
Manitok kanota ko ni roaktit ukakto kivigi tan ni roaktaw kan ni kaswaktit lugu galwa Mary khilirte.
Immakata ko kang soapi mi nunakati mini maligali ofta ka mayuin. Amma inugang naksaro luting kikaktat wa miyoning. Tan Mary pilirte atwaro na sugilaw mayakataw kalaktangin miksakatiakatalaw mata apersorti yang illo. Ui mayang itiaso nilo mayo ni kugami. Kisian itana Gordon 14 ni ukyo ni Hamlet ni kati mayo katayaw ni kukoma amaro ilineatoragi kuno kati mayo katang ni kuwini luni katu yoragi kuno lokate mayo katalaw na luni amaro umayuragi kuno kati mayo katang ni kugiluni 8 ni ukyo ni takot kimi kotuin nasugi pilga khattaqtangi immini tuni jutigi khattarnermat katimayo bingnu tamakkununga imma khatakununga nunarigi yaqmino upigi yawman pilga khattarnerpan taanna kisene Mary sivuluni agasugi qawmi yaqattaw
khila mikholoki ugunnaqovi Elisabeth khanotamanna isamagivio
Qwaqsaaqsimavunga Qwaqsaaqsimallagittunga taannattawa tiqsimayaana isumay sungal yan ni waktaw lang tana taw titiksimaya ni waktaw lang ayo tu sa taksimaya kutaw apik sugun na ta apik sutwin na ubalo apik sofsyakto yung nataw hakto go apik sofsyak taksima makaw ya malago khwak saktwin na uldi
nakumi tay mali illo le rinek nunavummi isumalon naktumingin naktillogo kangyak sinek mi pivalyazo le risi Salma Eccles hausigerlaukto tamatumaw michano hausigerlavo
Lucy sannertaanyuk uingalu innauliqtuuk taqqitamaat utoqqanuo lutik kiinauyalerpaktut maanna iglorjuangat atoqtangat marrungnik qaqialik kiheani nutaqangit nut engutangit nullu 13 ngoqqimayut ilagiit Lucy uppanea nukaqlerpaa uilik nutaqaqqarlunilu kiheani nangmineq iglorjuamik atoqtualauqqimangitut
Takwa akitsoqamuungit tiammariklutiglu igloqalauqsimangimmarikluti igluleriikkunni nutaqaqqutipu taakwa tamaaneettun iglutaarasuinnaaluk pakkaluarluti qangaluktaani iglutaarungnangimmarikattaqlutiglu
taakwa pijutuungittut taimanna iva oqatsiaq arvaarmiutaujoq maanna iglumik atoqtuartoq qareelingmik pingahunik panialu ingutangillo. Iwau panikania Joni iglo kalautu galua atoktuaktumik kiheni ikwala lau qaartillugu ani yagaa qalau ngata. Taima taakua katitsagaa qalilauqut anaana minut 15 guliqluti iglumi atauhengmik ammalu anarvik taqarluni atauhengmik. Iwa uqalauqtuq tamanna taqanaqqitartoq. Ilaatnikut amihuluamut imangmik utaqiyagaa qaliqtaqmata.
Anak bitaw kala atula maong ayang nakalugwa kulangup mata aw tamame ayang nakaluyok mata utak kitaw yakaluk tuni istui kayato washer and dryer no kayu ito
Uqatsia uqalauqtuq pania Joni maana Winnipeg mi tunu tarangillu iglorduanga hanayauganikpat uterearumaarluni arveanut Nancy Voice nutaraminik pero qayareaqalau qimayoq inutuuluni tikerarjuarmiuta maana uyaraqtareani hanayu kangerliniu haniani.
It gives me my own space.
Uwannut pibeqartittivakpoq nangmana iniksannik quveegiyarasanaara kisaani qimaktisuunguvanga qitungannik ammalu engutakka naani engutaqartunga kangerlinileasuunguvanga upaksiartoqlunga asingittao engutakka ammaru tekkua maqu nuktiroqtut aaruamut aannernartoq.
James Ittuluk maana angayoqqaanguyo qitermiut Inuit Association mut uqartoq iglukikkarnertao qitermiuni namiluktaa ittoq Inuit igloqareaqallarilertu.
Takuyumayavuna misiungmiyun taimanatsainartao qitermiut soorlakitulaangmat sunatuinarmun. Upagasaarsuulakitulaangulluni neqiilluniuviaksakitulaangulluting inukittummariu lutalamaannaayoq taimaliglukiksaarnertaanna taiyaunginnertoqautamaan akserukkanneriarhalangaju taikkua Nunavut munero ila neruartauniartupequyaleorringmun
Nunavummiut tuhaqtitsihimaleqtut CBC kut allaqortoqareaqaleqmat iglukikkarniu mikkaanut neruarneartillugit neriuktut neruartauyut maligaleortiunermut ikayorunnarneaqmata Sauma Echo CBC pivalleayut kangerlinermit. Lucy Sannertanyuk and her husband are elders. Both earn a pension every month. They live in a 2-bedroom house in Rankin Inlet, and they can have 13 family members staying there at one time. Lucy says her youngest daughter is married and has 3 children, and they have never rented a public unit to call their home.
They don't have housing arrears. They never had a house from housing ever. All our grown kids living with us have all applied for public housing, but never get a house. It seems like forever that they have been waiting to get a house.
They're not alone. Eva Ukatseak is from Arvet. She's living in a 3-bedroom house with her daughter and grandchildren. Eva's other daughter, Joni, had a unit with her family, but a fire caused them to move out. That meant 15 people were living in one house with 1 bathroom. Eva says sharing facilities was a strain because they rely on truck delivery for water and sewage pump out.
The bathroom is the busiest place. Everyone needs to shower daily. We have to wait and take turns, and that gets annoying, and the use of the washer and dryer becomes never ending.
Ukatcher says her daughter Joni is now in Winnipeg with her children until her unit is safe to move back into. Nancy Voisey is a single parent from Well Cove, and she works for the gold mine near Rankin Inlet. She says the only time she has her own room is when she's at the Meladine mine for 2 weeks.
It gives me my own space. I enjoy my job, but it takes me away from my children and grandchildren. I have 9 grandchildren, so I go to Rankin to go spend time with my other grandchildren, and my other 2 moved to Ottawa, so it gets painful.
Voice says she has lived in the South at different times, but to live down there was not easy. She says in Nunavut, health and dental services are free and she gets to be with family. James Ituluk is the acting president of the Qitangmiut Inuit Association. He says the situation in Qitangmiut echoes what all communities in Nunavut face. People need houses to live in.
We would like to see our communities benefit as well. Living in Kitikmeot, the cost of living is one of the highest in Nunavut. The population is not very high, but our communities face housing shortages all the time. The members will have to work very hard once they're elected.
Across the territory, Nunavut told CBC they want change when it comes to the lack of housing. And as voters, they say they hope the newly elected representatives will be able to bring just that. Salma Eccles, CBC News, Rankin Inlet.
Teima ajili urizivo upachimama niroaga chauzumi David Achearok iqaluit David niro ila kinguniani makwakti ilisau ila niroaktau simalektuti kigatulauktai lohuttitok uharunaki summa asijisilauk mangarpi niroarbinni.
Kaya nami ukalatigaw nakavinga tamaunga ko malilautunga takwa ilakkat kanigi malaksugin tapane kotitumit pingasunin nunarin ni kigaktu ilaw ko tapaunga kaya tasungalo ilan niga suksungalo amalu takwa cabinet minister lunga takwa outlahat takka amiga khatalawin mata tamaunga ko malilautunga takwa ilakurukka kadliga kanna madlugin amalu tamani iqalun ni kigaktu yunna sugidlunga tabunga niroagasaurilautunga
Hanuman na ipinnia vi niroaktau ila niroaktau gumatilluti unno
Ni unno yo takot kawi sakatain naktavut tisamodluta niroaktau yumasigatta takkunua kiseni niroaktau niagatta tabba nalunatsia maana kanui ligiassa alena ilaqattarsuni kanuilio kaysa nalunaksikain nakattarsuni taiminneettugumaanna
kanuittu langafatakua sivulliuji langazati niroaktautam niruve
takua pingasuni oqauseqarsimagamat takua ilaginnamut qatangutiginnamut qadligiakkannerumallunni taavvani qalunni amalu taanna naamminersorni taanna nunavuummu pimmariumman taanna piyariaqallattaaqattigun amalu illuqa tiangiluarnittunnu illuliukkanneriaqallattaaqatta taavvani
Hano tusaqsimalekki taakkunanga ilinni kasortortune
upakatalauqakki tungasuk titauqattalauqa maquyannamiittiartaka taakua iqaluinniaqunguumin taakua illunginnut upakutiqattarsunga ammalu tungasuk titauqattarsunga apersortauqattarsunga ammalu kisuni piumagamakki apersortaullunga ammalu taakua isumaalu tigiyaujiin uvannut uqaajauqattarsutit taimanna ippinnatsialaortu pigiallakkanneruma naqattartu taikkuallu innait taikani qammarmi pulaariarsugit aksuarang piliriassani uqausaqalaummata pigiallakkannerumi namma taakkua innarni tusarsuni kisui isumaalugayauuni piyauqoyanginni taakkua aksuruutigikkannerassunniartakka niruartaukallanneruma
nakormiik Mr. Achearok atuinnautiaqataaqave
Qayannami
Inila hausigialermilavo Eva Michael manna hausisaqto naasaqtauvalliasuni Eva qanuileqqa
Nakammitrisa taimailla iqqaititsigumagatta taakanuasartauvallianingit saqqipalliaqattangata maanna saqqiyaartut ila saqqiqqaujut amittormi niruartausimaviuyut taanna sivukkatartumaanna aivalam qamaneq 102 nut niruartausimalertoq Roger Baudry 47 nut Rena iqittoq 34 note. Amalo Paul Howley 31 note. Niruak tau si Madlone. Tau vungalo kivalang me kangilsinik 1 note. Igluligar Jomot 37 niruak tau si Mayamana Kathy tau tungi. Tungiligiluneo 27 niruak tau si Mayok Alexander Samokdok. Amalo Okomeonut. Tana Gordon Kautuk 368 note man niruak tau si Mayok. Tana Maligalir Diolok to merely Hidikti 25 note man niruak tau si Madlone. Over in the Amituk ridings, constituency results as they come in for Amituk. We have Abraham Hamanik leading currently with 102 votes, Roger Baudry 47 votes, Rena Iqituk at 34 votes, and Paul Howley at 31 votes. And now over to Rankin Inlet North, Chesterfield Inlet, where Kathy Tautungi is leading at the moment with 37 votes, and incumbent MLA Alexander Samotuk is at 27 votes. And over to the Uqumut region, where no one's elected yet, but we're just reminding people where we're at as the results come in. Gordon Kautuk is currently at 368 votes, and Mary Khidikti, who is incumbent MLA, with 25 votes. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Manalo, uka katigilang azavo, tana niruak tau, ila niruak tau kaswak, niruak at shawzo, Gordon Kautuk, o kumiono. Gordon man, nalaunayak tau si mavo, ami sumakin no niruak tau si malik tuti, kanutaman na ipigivio.
Man, yung na chene tuyak, so we anak tumili. Mami dumagok tayo isa yung naktunakaw yung mga mameraw sa murok na. Tamakko akso ko tigin yatek kay rin anya sama nitirin ilin yaktirin asin nigdi tamakko akso ko rin ami yaro kanila sa katang niyo bunya kituyo ni tamakso mata. Ido kami tu amuti amiso kodero mata tamagjaw ko siya amiso gugaro ko yan nami man na yung nang tuyam nawakto yung siya tun.
Hanuto sa katalaw ke niruaktaw kaswaktil luti takunang nga upakatalaw taknivi hanuto sa katalaw ke.
Sa katalaw tumalipi yung tunin kuweriyo at rock na negolasyo yamo. Suliyo yo kaya matabanaw ako na ikayong nakong.
Nakukmi at winaw siya katakavi Gordon.
Ko yan namita.
Hingila sulita ko nasak taw valiazut nalunay katalang agatigo taw tuin nakitsi. There are still more polls to report. We'll keep watching results. Thank you for joining us. Tema ilichin nito sa kumavunga. Tako misutil logi ukaw si Chowzut. Ilisapilin ni kay bigyak lunga kano. Taman na ipigay si Malakyo.
Man at tabo man. Tusarok tatu ilang ilun nang ini. Ilan ko tua victor jurata ko ba ni wari rata utakitiluta ako niya ya si mama. Tusarok marwar to ngawar ilang nang ini.
Kanok litan na isumagivyo David akyarok tan na niruak taw kasawak tilugo ASEAN ni tamani kalon ni
isumagivyo mina ataso. Ni waktu si mati lugu mak waktu tawa ni taso matamani ni waktu ko masikalap pa si mayuyunga so kay mami sunit tamani ni waktu ko nakini ka oye malungat tao tana kuaksari kala yumiyaga tamani ni wakta kaswala.
Ibili manitok.
Ila uwangatau sugami tapani ni wakta bigi kattaro tamini asijikala mga maunga e kalunnon isimayuin kola wata. Imakali tapikunga katakon nilaw man ubalo ba tapikunga kaun nangilualaw man ipiarjumon imakali tapanang meonon tamani ni wagatsang ikaro ako isakota unirtula yavini aluyatu inarangan tamani ni wagatsang langan isimakaktunga imaka PJ tana so kay ma akagin mago PJ ni watingin no tamakunonga ni wataw ni gayanganing kisiani ni wagasaw katigiyang itako apikunak tokjara mata lucid law amaro Jacob si Peter et piko minel ngay lagi yaw kataw wiluni tana David ni wagasaw matamani tamana mayo tawngin na tuwin nagalak ko Manila ni wagasaw si magalwasanik piyadang mayo nun kanuin niya mga takugumanang nerto.
Joanna si ang ikatikivyo.
Ilang ako kasi ani isimagayari tayo na David isimaksong man nami nagwagak sa gumaguni tayo may kata tayo man naakik si simang mata tayo ko nagwak to ragayit nami tuwin nagwagak sa yun nakata tayo ko nagwak sa katigayang piu yung ming mata dan natusarong ngaraw ko Jacob po si Peter ilinyak to rin yung miksano imakkan ng ilinyak to rin yung marigang asid jilang ngitilugo ilinyak to rin ko awet titiyang naksawrok si mang mata isimariyo kong naklutik man na mariga karang mata minutes to 12 isimariyo kong naksidlunit yaman na piyong iman teko ilang ito ukausik sa kamayo garuan ila amisyong matatay ka ni akong ngumi nagawagag sa uyo teko nunga tan na David ako naguro gawamak ko iluan ni pilagasimang mat yellow knife mi utorok si madlunilo kawya matyang gawamak ko kano akik siya katak sa mga ta ala ilak ko sa kang mga ta amma ministro katang ni Kodlo ni amisyon ikayot ya paklo ni nunaring miyon kubiyasik biyo rangad lo pingwak katiki katagak ko nunaring nyo sakyat yang man kanuin yak pakya nagwakta niyang mga saking matanasa uti.
Let's pivot now and talk about housing. Is the government doing enough to get housing for people? Elisabeth.
I believe in strategies, but clearly in the housing strategy they did. I don't think they did proper timelines because we're not meeting it. From the get-go, I believe recently NCC the issue when they were in front of standing committee was they didn't have staff. They had staffing issues. Well, why did you commit to this strategy? Well, why didn't you go and hire the people so you could start building? Strategies are great, but you have to have realistic timelines. And I don't think that was the case, obviously, because everybody is too short of housing. They haven't met their first timeline. Are they going to meet everything by the second timeline? They really need to revisit that strategy to make sure that there's not apathy, and I think some of that we talk about why there's a low turnout. And I think it's because of these broken promises. There's this big drive for housing right now, but it's not being met, and hopefully it'll change with this government.
Nunavut 3000 has come under some criticism. Should there be a review of the program, Manitok?
It's probably being reviewed now in some way, because I know that there's been a change in management with NCC. with 3,000 housing to be built in 10 years, GN to build 1,000, NCC to build 2,000. If they have deadlines, just as Elizabeth says, they could probably make that happen. But one of the disappointing things that I saw, I was at iqaluit one time, and all the employees were having a training session there from NCC. I'm pretty sure there are NCC people, you know, the construction workers that were there. There was only one Inuk in about maybe 50 employees. I might be wrong, but that's what I saw. We have to put Inuit first in training so we can start building houses with the people that are going to live in them. I think one of the programs that was very successful in the past was the HAP program, where people build and they own their own homes. That's where we should be headed, where people start to own their own homes. I know the GN has a program where you can get, I think, $250,000 for a down payment. But in iqaluit, the prices of houses have I mean, they're so high. A 3-bedroom can easily go to $900,000. And so the people that have high salaries are buying those. Maybe we should start looking at rent-to-own housing, and get the people who are already working, zero in on them with a program, give them options to get out of social housing and get into their own homes. I think that's what we need to do. But this group of people that are going to be elected tonight will have to talk about that, because housing crisis has been on the agenda for so many years, since '99, and it's causing a lot of mental stress amongst families. You will not see a 2-bedroom down south with 12 people living in it. The young people need their own space, and they can't. And no wonder we have so many suicides. There's a lot of stress put on families because of their shelter. It could be that. And one other thing is that when you're not working, you're practically not paying anything for the house you're living in. As soon as you start working, the rent goes so high and you have to pay for everything else and the groceries and stuff. So I think it's very challenging to get a job in some cases.
Jonas, I saw you nodding your head there. What are your thoughts?
Tamanna igdurigin taktuarung memmat aksuaru narunangmat kano ak kautigigayang mga take ko igdurigiyok joakut aurat tiluako mata nunarid aurat tingang naksaugutik kubayasing naksaw ko gayak to nunaring miutay igluit sana yaw katang ningin amma iglok ta katang ningin ni man nakating ngayawar to nang igluleo katang mata akikin naksaw makkay teman na gawa makkun ni piyaw katak mo taman na isimagayakari igluleo na taman na akityaga kanak tugarwa aurataw kanak jumilak luni nunaring miunit tema isimagayaka taikwa manito kausagayang suriyuit mana akituruak tuwaru rung mata igluit atok tuwagay ikalung ni piluang waktome 2,000 3,000 inito ni akilaksuya katang mata takkitaman kinaw yakwilya karuakutik akaktaw katang ming mata kinaw yakwi ukaksi magaruak tutik ikayakun naktugut 900 me akilya kattago matuagubit angirun nakatangin mata taman na tekwarto man nasak kita wadliak kurak tuit maanili kiwai kunne iqaluit aaqqiksugai modular housing teekkoa aksullikia ekayutauni suktut teema isimagayaqa amma nutaataaqua gavamagniaqtavut akseruutaqarniartut sivullerpaut jauyariaqarniartut tamanna iqluleqina priority-giyaulunni taakkuninngalimaa oqausiumma taakkunanngalimaa neruagaksau nasuktunni priority-giyaut lerluni piyerirtaunas pilerearillattaartaunasugluni teema isimagayaqali taakkua ila kingullerpaameqai oqarlunga tamatumunga teekkua gavamagilaortakput quyagiyakka aksurulaormingmata tamatuminga iqlulerinermut saqqitittilaormiyut quyagingmayakka iqluksa taaqtitteqattalaormata
Teemali ajili resivu pivalliazuli resivut uqaatiqalaur mimmata nunavummiuni illulerinerpitjutikillugu qausigialermilavo uqsurtuumi uqanu uqausitsaqqalaur mangaata tamatsumaumitshaano
Teemaniqarnaulaalermitillugu tamani taqqittanangugiangani sunnani tamani nunalini takugumagiaqit asijiriaqartuiartuni
Tamani nunalini nanituina iglukiksaqartarmata tamanna iglutaaqpallaaqunna pata ikittupaarumata takkutakujumayak taanna takujumayaqa aippangattau neqitamakkuaniuvaksait akittupaarumata akittoriaqartarmingmata umiarjaaqaleragmat takataakkuat aksoquutaquyaakka malika neruartaunertun
Teema tamani uqsortuumi nerualaalermimma tamaligaliortissamik tamani taqqita nungungani nerualaalermimma teilaa teekani maligaliorpimi katimajiulaartunik qanurli teina neruartauniartu qanuitimi takugumagayaqqi
takugumaqattaqaluartuanga tamakkuninga taima inuit ikayortaavaallaqullugi innaillu ammalu igluin tamakkuat qiqiqattarnermut aukkaqtiqhimaqtualuaqattartilui taima iglulerisi taqatsiaqqunnaugalluа iglulerisi taima ikayortortautiarlutiglu hanallutiksailliorlutiglu ta'na hanangitsualuuleqattartun talvataamna iglulerisit ikayortautiaqqugaluarpatka taapkuallu munarriin taapkua munarriunerartaqqunayanguan taima taapku ikayortortiaqqunnartugalu taima oqaqaluartillugi ilai oqaluutauqattangi'nami illuaqhailinu taima naavularunnailliqqalualuulerangami taima inuuhuileqattaqqun ilai qanuigilaungilutik ilai ikayortortautiaqaluartu ilai ikayortortautiaqattangi'mata inui ikayortutsaartiariali nunavulmit piseraamata tamakkuan nunaertauna huaqhinnaqqoorninga taamna illuigilaqa uvanga uvlumimun ikpigilaqa uqauhirivaktaqaluaqatalpa taamna kanguhuutiginngitaqaluuni taamna inuqatimni ikayuumalutiga talpa akhiruutiga uqatsiangikkumatukisiaungtiangillarniavi imatalpa taamna akhiruutigimmaqittaqa qaulimalauqulluгулу
Qausigialermilavu Selma Eccles kangersinermi Selma tamanna uqauseri gattiguila illulerinernunavummi tamanna atchuru taunginnaqasuartillugu galua uqarunnaqqi kikkunni uqaqatiqarsimaleqqi
makkuktuni amihunik takuya juga ma uqalloqikka qatiqarlungalu taakkualu makkuktoqutiqarlungattau nipiliortau huartaqqimangiittut kihiani unikkaartaqqimayut ilinniaqqimaneqqatsiameangulertuugaluit makkuktut grade 12 ungataanut ilinniareartaqqimayut university mut ugvalunit college mut ilinniatiaqqimayut yuumlutik amma pilereeqqaqatsiaarlutik qutsiktunik pilereekkani pileriyut amihu neqartuuluagakka government kunni iqqanaayartut ugvaluunniit Saku Corporation kuqalui ila qutsiktuni pilereanik nunaligni pitaqayukmat iqanayaqtuugaluit kiheeni iglorduaqangittut taana ujjerihimalaaqivaqa ila ujjernartu makkuktut masters qartuluunniit bachelor of ila BA qarnerartauyut taakkua igloqangitut angayoqqaaminit iglordua iglumiutaqatiqartut taana kamanartoq grade 12 talauqimagapta qutsiktuuyartalauqimagmat qaangertauhimallaqiliqtugut ilinniarniumikkaani kiheeni iglunik amigaluarnikumut angayoqqaaminut ilaminut taana tau ujjernartu tamaani kivallermi makkuktut ilinniarealaurlutik angerraqomabluti angerralaurpaktut kiheeni ilinniareartillugi nangmineq iglorduaqarluti atortuarluti pivakmata angerraraangata nunalingminnut angayoqqaaminut ugbaluni ilaminut iglu qanginermut amihunuoreaqalerluti ihumaqhungillutik ilangit utikkanimeartartut qabluna nunanganut iglorduat amigaluarnikumun ugbalunniit ilinniarealaurpata utaqqeqattaatiamearnearlutik amma iglu kaqangiluarluni taimannaituuninga taana ajjiunginninga ujjerivaqa tamaani kivallermi Teresa.
Taana teima ipigitsiaq mikaviu Ivy League uqaqunnaqiiqanuituni ipigusummangaarpi teikaniniqwaqvimmi.
Taana ujjernaujarpu ajjiungillunittao arnamik neruagakkamik pitaqaqmat haana angutialuk taamna maligaliortiunermut uuktoriortoq taamna aulaartaqqimayukivalliu iluani pulaarvikunnut counselor qatauhimabluni ungatartukkangua ngunerayugapta rangersni ilauqattaqqimayoq nunalinganilu pilerivakluni ikajornuluggu maarlunittauq innau hiving miitumiktauq angayoqqaaqarluni taana akkoruutigiyauhimayunik nunaliu iluani qauyihimavoq taana neruagakkauyoq arnau maarluni ajjiungiujarpu aivilingmut taanali Solomon Maliki taana naujaarmiutaubluni maligaliortiu qattaalaurtortau taana ujjernaujartoq uqaqtaugajungituniktau nibleqtaujartaqqimakmat nunalingminik ikajortui himablunittau Hamlet kunnu katimajiu himabluni niblialuaq tunik qauyingitavut qinilauqaluakkavut tau titeraqqimajunnik pitaqaluqipmangaat Facebook kulluniit taakkua pialajukkut qauyiharnuluklugit kiheeni tamarmik tuhaumannalualaungittuk naalautikku laurtuugaluit tuhaumanikut taana tau ujjeriujarnarpoq aivilingmiut qutsigneqqaumaarluti ungahiktujuukmata kivallermi taankua qauyihuarnarivuttau kina neruartauniaqmangaat pujannamik Teresa.
Nakumitau Selma. Khausi galak milavo Eva Michael taana khausi saqtuna saqtauvalliazuni khausi masimalaq ila taakwana lunairtauvalliazu huttittumi Eva khanuilaqqa.
Nakumi Teresa. Tamnailan taijai hutittumin ruartausimavimmi man Philip Kalloq niruagartsaujoq man 13 niruartausimalluni Stephen Taktu Kuliungilawagalatun man niruartausimayun 9 nun kisiana misummata suli niruartaus niujui naasartau vallianeriangin taana niruariarturbimmiatausi naasartauloortillagu maannas sivukkatartuq Philip Kalluq amalu Stephen Tartu tungilagilluniu. Thank you, Teresa. Over in Khutirtuq, we have Philip Kalluq currently leading at this moment at 13 votes, with Stephen Tartu at 9 votes, but still a lot of votes to be counted because that's only 1 out of 6 polls reporting so far. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. Hawasigalak milavota manna iqhanaiza chay inunno. Tema oqsortumi tamannai sumalu tigisauvo. Hawasigalavo.
Tema neqarnaulaalaq mimma tamani nungunginni tamani taqqiyattinni sunani ilisinnunalingani asiti daaqartuyaartunit oqarunnaqovi.
Ekkali imugiqattartakkan naanunaligni inuit nunaani Nunavut fi inungnik pivaallangniartoqulluti uqamaqattartilluit taakkuat qabluna aalatqiit qablunaammaqiungitsullu nunalignut Nunavut ilaanut tikiimalaq paallernerita ikpigigapku iimugilauqattarlunilu nunaligni Nunavut qalerapta qablunaanik analaqaannalaqluta inuit analaqailliartilluit
Amalu tema tamani nunalinni kikkartortitaalaarmigassi niruartaujumik teennaliqanu pilirikkanerluni takukumagayaqiu
pilirikkanerunnaq tiamatatakkat niruartakkut uvuuttaarniruartiulugut ikajortuigupta niruartartinnik illuiginarangillugu ikajortorlugu piguptigu taimanna aulatjaunnaq qaiuaqattartakkalli nunalliin
Tema CBC ku uqaqatiqalau mimmata niruaqtini taakkoa niruaqtaugasua ila niruaqtau gumaneq atoqtautillugu taanna makimajjutiit pimmariutitaulau mimma uqausiusuni economy taakkoa qanno Inui ilautitaugiakkannerunnaqanunavummi makimajjutitchano sivunitchami ilitchinnitusaqumavunga tamatchumaumitchano qanno gavamakko amisuqoqiartitchigunnaqa inunniiqqanaisartini nunavummi piluartumiqai taakkoa kiinausaliorniqsausuni qutchinniqsausuni iqqanaisaatchani qannu taakkoa gavamakko ikasoqunnaqa inunni
ila qaujimalertuguugaluarli tukisisimavugut taana gavamauqqaujo taimangani gavamauqattaleqatta inuit amisiungittortuangurautu kataksimalaurtu inungni sanalertittinginnerpaangu simalaurto immannaittuumingmat tamakkua nunaqaqqaartuviniungittuit angajoqqaangunermut iligaangaming Sorlo ilaminin ilannaaminin itertittiqattalingiikkaluarmangaata inuit kingulliutjausimallutin takvani Nunavut angerutingani uqarsimallattaaqaluarman inuit sivulliutjaujarialiin takvataanna Nunavut tungavikkun ayaurtorut tigiyariaqallattaartangaan taakkuninga gavamakkunning taakkoa inuit sivulliutjaujariaqarmata ilinniarnikkut ilinniartitaurutik ajungittuarungmata inuit imanna ilinniarsimangikkaluarami sikituumi igupteriluni uterterunnarmau ilinnialorsimangikkaluaruni haandaming igupteriluni utertittiyunnarma inu sugami inuit piyaungiluartuarungmangaataale Tatamioqqaqattaleqatta uwani piluartumi iqalunni inungnutigumiartauruortu sanabbi tamaani inungnutigumiartaugunniartun imma alianangittorjuangullertorle inuit sivulliutjausimangiluarnialunginning taanna kangaarnammarilaurtu gavamauqqaujorulung sangiiluartoquluuqquulaurami taakkoa inuit kingulluutisimalaummatju ila teimanna uqarunnartunga tusaqattartakkanilo taannagava magiqqaujavut sangiittorjuangulaurtu immaqa ilirassutuinnalaurtu pigiareetsa qallunaanu saalaulualilaurtugun immaqa naamagiyaujaangimmiunga taatsimanga kisiani uqarunnartunga Nunavut taarsimangitto isumataunерсауlerto Nunavut taarsimayumit tagbani Nunavut iluani
Elisabeth
ila khalunat kiulanga watekwa tusahulluittau immini. I'm going to use myself as an example when it comes to Inuit employment. We talk a lot about education, but very little bit about training. I'm mature enough now that I'm not shy. I'm not a high school graduate, but somebody in the government saw potential in me and gave me an opportunity, and look what I've done with it. And there's not enough of that. I know 2 governments ago, we did a lot of direct hire of Inuit that were casual for so long. That was not acceptable. So these are the kind of things that should be done to, you know, it was about Inuit, but far too often now you also hear about racism. No, I remind them like, no, Nunavut was created. Look, NWT supported this division because majority of the population of Nunavut is Inuit and still continues to be. So we need to, it's not about racism. And I've always said, if you have a job in the government, you're always going to be employed because they've never employed 100% of their positions. There's enough employment for everyone, but my goodness, give us the opportunity.
Do you want to say?
Tamanna aksawongan ng katangman temen nengin na yung nyakok nilo gawa makot nutango niyak to teko asijilaungin ng mene madigani teko pilagaying idlo ADM Deputy Minister idlo asijilaungin ng tamatuminga ikanayak tatinang me inung ni siwuliw titi yagayakang ng mene aktik silaungin ng mene madigang ni ayun nang nakok tugut kasi ani manito kausriya nga suriyok teko NTI kod aksaro takakan na realit Inuit nagwaktaw kan nakatakulugit ikanayak samon pinasuktidlugit tabo na surityak to gawa makot ang iwarong mata akswaro anging mata anyatay lirikot umayong nakikot ijilirikot kisutuen na aviktok si mga matagawa magkunni ang iluang ni kumot marigami atok ko kunnang mata piyon naktatuwa mini pekko katarang mata uwi miniglun ni ay pak miniglun ni kisuming ni atuin na yun ni piyon nakto ni pekatang mata nunarili mikiyokuloy tamakko ikarong miutitut ang itiging man kanayak sa gararu garuang mata uban ni ikarong ni ang iyokuro katali taban ni ikarong ni nunarite ko like Greasefield miut ubaro well cove miut mikiturong mata kasin ng mata di kanayak bikset taman na akiyarik narunang itong
Elisabeth ukakatarma pisarir sinningin navi hano high school education takwa lo ekana isar binli surlo kava makkuniluni paipa khareali imeitto mi pisarir simagiali tamanna asijira khaqamanitok
asijira khalattarto surlo qernertuinuna nganingaarto iglorjo atunga viksangani maani sanatattiga yarpa engineering tammaqattalertuin taawakkuanunangitta ajjigingin maguman naquartarto tamajjataikko isumutariauqattartui tammartikkun we need more mentorship. We need to get Inuit the jobs. This new government that's going to get in there better take this seriously because we're 80%. This is our land claim. The government owes us jobs, But I think another thing that needs to happen is that if you want to be in a senior position in the government, you better learn inuktitut, because inuktitut is our language, or you shouldn't be in that job.
Mamiana mani nukkareaqartara takisoarulaanuur palliamma taakkuama tumaliqtui iluunnati niruaqbiit teema Eva Michael, the first polls closed 3 hours ago, and so far only 5 polling stations are reporting votes across the territory. There are no polls reporting in any of the iqaluit constituencies. Takwa iqalum ni niruaqbiit suli naasaqtaw simaningi nalunaiqtaw valliangittut. Takwa Nunavut niruaqtuleqisiko qaqitausanga nuqqakitattuguuq unnuq taanna qawsisaqtawso. The Elections Nunavut website has been crashing tonight, and we are monitoring it. Elections Nunavut tells us this hour that the votes are being verified and will be posted shortly. Takwago Nunavut miniruaqtuleqisiko uqaqtuina sanginnaqtu galwa takwa niruaqtaw valliasuni takutchauti taulangaleqsutilo maannaqulu nakormingila takutchauchau tikitilluttataw tukkachi utirilangavogo. Unnukut tungasukitchi Nunavummi niruaqtuleqinirmo 2025 mi Teresa Qiachuvunga. Good evening and welcome to Nunavut Votes 2025. I'm Teresa Qiachuk. Ullumi Nunavummio niruaqaqtuqqaumata kinakko sivuliqtigisauniarmangata nalunailangazui ammalo sunait pimmariutiummangata atsuqornartuillo kamakisauvalliagunnarluti. Kikkulangava initaaqtut tabbani 22 ichivautani maligaliorbimmi. Today, Nunavummiut have been going to the polls with hope and determination, choosing who will guide our territory through some of its most important challenges and opportunities, and who will fill these 22 seats here in our territorial legislature. Nunalinnia misuzut isumalu tigisau khattaqtui illukitchanermo
qiqqatarnermo auqqarteqhimaqtualu khattaqti luitaima illulerisitaqattiaqqunnaugalluа
Pirasa khattaqtui amisulualerninginni ammalo ilinniaqtuleqineq isumalumnaqtumiittillugo. Our communities face many challenges, from a crisis in housing and concerns about rising crime.
We have a big problem with cocaine and heroin in Cambridge Bay.
There's a lot of vandalism and mischief going around in our community.
To Nunavut's education system under stress. 58 ngummata niruaqatchait tusaqpalliasattinni niruaqtausuni nalunaiqsiqattalangazuko ammalo takutchautilluta tamakkua isumaalu tikisaukasuttut uqausiqiniaqtavo. During our show, we will be touching on those issues and more as we find out who from among 58 candidates will become members of our Legislative Assembly. Unno takutchautilluta tusaqvikilangazavo Nunavummio. Throughout tonight's coverage, we'll hear from Nunavummiut across the territory. Daututusi Nunavummi niruaqtuleqinirmi. This is Nunavut Votes. Daututusi Nunavummi niruaqtuleqitilluta 2025 mi tungasugitchi. You're watching Nunavut Votes 2025. The polls are now closed across the territory, but results are slowly rolling in. Only 5 polls are reporting, and the Elections Nunavut website is experiencing technical difficulties with frequent crashes. Takwa Nunavut miniruaqtuleqisiko qaqitausanga nuqqakitamagguuq qawsi saqtavu galwaq tema Nunavut miniruaqtuleqisiko uqaqtu tabbani ikaqqami takwa niruaqtau valliasuna saqtauningi Elections Nunavut tells us this hour that the votes are being verified and will be posted shortly. Eva Michael nasak daw valia zuni hausi sakma hausi galer milavo tusagat chakma te kanga amittormi Eva.
Nakamay Teresa, te melaw hausagat amittormi niwartausi maviujumi manakut Abraham Kamanik sudisibukataktok. Tungiligilunio Rina Iqitok Abraham Kamanik 121 Ninuartausi Yamana Rina Iqitok 16 Ninuartausi Maluni 55 Nepal Howley Amalo 48 Roger Baudry. Over in the Amitok constituency, right now, Abraham Kamanik is in the lead with 121 votes. Rina Iqitok at 60 votes. Paul Howley with 55 votes. And Roger Baudry with 48 votes. So Abraham Kamanik is still in the lead with 2 polls reporting out of 4. Back to you, Teresa.
Nakokmi Eva. Tamanna ukausirirataktattinni takkoa makimadjutitchai inunno ilagiarsikkanniqumakutsi atuinnautiartusi Joanasi eqqanaisano inunno ilisapi.
La oqaunartunqai. Ayung ittugaruanikkoa inungni makitittivaaleriaqsa. Piyunnauteqarmatatakkoa gavamakku. Ilinneaqaanuk toqutuvullu amissualuuqattalersuting. Ayungittuutiaruin. Ayungittiartuugaluan inuin eqqanaayaaqarnersaulet tigasuarlunitju inugiaqaaluunersaugatta asittinnin. Tamakkuningataakkoa gavamauniartun pilerigiaqallattaarniartun qaannoqoa inuin eqqanaayaaqsaning tigorsartigunnarpitigu. Taakkoa issumatau ilaqauyimanginnama Isumatau you take our senior staff. I'm not sure if they're Inuit. Maybe they're not. I don't have the stats here. But there's a real problem in this last government that Inuit hire was the lowest since we started Nunavut. That's an embarrassment. This government that's going to get in will have to seriously look at that and make sure Inuit get hired and trained. I think I'm just suspecting that the senior staff have too much control in the last government, and I don't think they are Inuit. I think a lot of them just came up for a short time and became deputy ministers. Maybe they were hired down there from down there or something, but they don't know the communities. Inuit need jobs. That's your priority as a senior staff in the government, and you better get those training modules. You better get your strategies going and try to hire Inuit. What's wrong with Inuit? I'm not sure. You know, I'm really quite upset about that when I know this last government did not have enough Inuit hire. And it's because the senior staff have taken control of this government. If I was the premier, I would just say, we need a change. And whoever becomes a premier will have to say, we need a change. We need Inuit to be hired and trained. That's our land claims agreement. Inuit first hire.
Throughout the campaign, CBC has been speaking with candidates all over Nunavut. Here's what was on the mind of candidate Craig Simailaq.
Tamna kamanitu pilatana uyarang nati pilagayut 2028 ngulak paluwa 2030 ngulak paluwa ukwa palak na kalamat goal ko tawani nagwakan ni kayang nakpata tema chuminga Pangnay kamatya ko yun ayak ilugpunga. Tako uyarang naktit government ni amalo kiwalak ni katidchikati pangnay kamatya ko bluwit. Pilok tumik nunagiyak put imakput na kinutibulo amalo inuitak pa ni pilak hokti menerayo cha ko bluwit. Kuay humalong na kalagayak kong mat pangnay kamatya yang inakpata. Amaluping ayuat aksawoti hang unayak para kamanito may inot ko having may pitakan na kawakalwa kapta 2018 ngutilu tamani tok Martha Talawak Center ukwalawak si mangmat ukwikan na yung nakamangok tamanita may pitang niluwak sa ano akawuti niluk ayak para government iyak put malu inuit katitsikati kabalak inuit katitsikati amalu nanawat tungawikut ikayok julayang in mangata tapos yung mamikano plagay-luta amalu government kakut amalu hawyang natidang ni ko ego tamalukta tamat yung mga mikano inut kakawikta ka naktulayang in mangata kamanit kami plagay nilagwakayak para
Dan kaso city level how si retaak tavo kanay sa chai makimadjuti chai lo de tema Nunavut nam minirsunir mo ang iroti at iliok dawla urma gavomau ni akto aula chigun na lang azo nunami tuni pivaliati chinermi Nunavut taman nalo alakay lang azo nutani pivichani at churok naktunillo. Let's continue our conversation about jobs and the economy. This election follows the historic signing of Nunavut's devolution agreement. The next government will have authority over resource development in the territory, and that brings new opportunities and challenges. Joanna si bigar lunga kailin ni hano tamanna sumagivyo. Tapko usakan niya bi taimit tugalay bichano.
Ilangin manili mittimataring miullu tamakwa kujuit uyarang niarbing mekanik saktuit bafan lakunni tekwa ikayutim yung magyarong mata ilangagut kawyi mayunga tekwa ilangi makkuktuit skidok taak paraklutiglo amma akutiyo yung naksidlutig ang naguruan tekwa ikayutak juak koming mata uyarang niarbi ilin akityak si mayakaktidlugo ikanayak sani taako mayuit ilinyak titok kako kartang mata kisutuin nani piyawrongin nang mini taman na akityak si matidlugo akawyok kisiyani gaba magayaw tekwa maanaw roktok maanaw niaktoklo aksaro takayakang niaktuit inuin ikanayak titaw yakayakang ninganyi maligakiyawng mat ang ikutaw si mangmat maniti wakaw sa kakawyanga Article 23 ngung mat gawa makkunidlo tungawik kunidlo at ilioktaw ni kung mat ang ikatigitlutik suri maana atungin mat tema tu maana gawa maginyak tawot tamatuming aksaro takang niyaribot.
Elisabeth, man nakano kamagisaw kaya kakto review no nami nga akto ni tako pivalia newsort.
Ilanik ko isimagayaw ba yung miyong ayaw tungit yat sa matamat suminga o kakatak si magama matasungo matataw tekwa atok sugo ipiyadjum me kangatayo ko minutami sanagya halok si majoy kangatayo nga nanisibiw sa niyanus nanadyaw nga nangan kisuni himay nikan ikanayami niya piing galwa matuma suvale mana hawji majugo kinaw jalo itiki patwita mga uvago land claims organizations QIA kunwatok lugo uva nga mani tamangawam namunga hatakan kinaw jalo ito niya batwi bat ipinyang ito ko iluliri ko isumabwatso tuwe kisulo jalo nwat atok tawlo alikata makutubwatso tiluwin makwakalo lang ata kinaw ya kasalo itiki patwi tamaw nga suban ang iktuwi atwi laki lang alitay nakan Kay mai suma junga khuvia naktu amatwe paliama kino asalwe alakalami kisian atula lalita nakat. Apit suteratana.
Manitok.
I think there's some concern with the environmentalists that the mines are interrupting the caribou trails and the animals in our territory. That's another concern because we have such a clean environment. We have to make sure the mines are clean. And I've seen very good mines in Alberta that are very clean. I was disappointed with Mary River Mine where all the animals became pink around that area, and pink foxes and pink land and everything, and it was just a matter of putting cover on the trucks. But on a positive side, the communities that don't have jobs are getting jobs into those mines, and the training programs to get them into higher positions is unbelievable. They have done a very good job. When they hire somebody, it could be a dishwasher, and they have a program where they, in the end, becomes a driver for a big truck. So there's some positives with that. But in terms of royalties, we, the beneficiaries, would like a share of that and put money in our pockets. And, you know, I don't know how much money is, millions going into our land claims organizations. I'm not sure because nobody ever talks about that. And I think we should have a share of those royalties. But the devolution file was a long time being working on, and it was good to see it signed. I don't know if it was in principle, but it gave us more responsibilities, right? So we're talking about a government, and we're talking about the land claims organization who is getting a lot of royalties for land lease and stuff, and we're starting to wonder where's all that money going when we're lacking housing. Why don't we start building housing with all that royalties? Why don't, you know, I think we're all asking, we have the land claims organizations, they are rich from what we're hearing, but we never see that, we're not seeing anybody explaining how much money they're getting. But why don't they chip in and start building homes or trailer parks or some affordable homes for the beneficiaries? I think we're waiting for that we would like to have a part in that, not only for, you know, the royalties being used for sewing programs and hunting programs and stuff like that. But we need, the beneficiaries would like to take some chunk of that into our pockets. I certainly would like that.
Eva, tu sagat chakar mahausigaler milavo. Eva ginauva.
Nakometrisa, tahima nalonerisima yu Nunavut nerwaktoleriji kut. Uhasima latipinga sut newa reaktor be watuit atangirtukit nasartausimalertimaan namutakittugu nerwaktaulune sivullerpaangu yu Brian Kunu taawani tununnerme 194 no nerwaktausimalluni saalattartuq tungiligilluni Verna Strickland 109 no nerwaktauluni David Khamani 78 not nerwaktausimoyoq. Over in Tununik constituency, we've heard from Elections Nunavut. It says 3 out of 3 polls have been reported so far, and Brian Kunu has won the Tununik constituency with 194 votes, and Verna Strickland at 109 votes, and David Kamanik at 78 votes. Back to you, Teresa.
Nakop mi Eva, ilichinitu sa kumavunga kanoy pigifisio tamanna. Do you want to see?
Dan Brian Makukto. atatanga gilaaqsimayanga ilinniarvimma akunertuaraalu eqqanaajiraaqsimayum takiyualikuskuumi tauvani peqortangmigama taanna Brian nukappianguroorsimangma kisiani maanna qauyamajaqali uumayorniartiuq nermut lerinermu paaksikkunullukia eqqanaajaqattaloortoq taakkua teema ileqqusiqartoq ajjilioruttiakkaaluullunilu taakkua kisiani mittimatalingmiun asiani piyumayuksaarmingmata taakkua asijjiinnagalangmata jo inuulaorsimalluni Karen ngulaorsimalluni asijjertaruyoqattarmata taassimmingaqai uukturumalermiyuit teema isimagiyara makkukkami apeqqutiksaqaorniartoq gavamakkunni qauyimayara ilinniarsimmaayariaqarniarmingmat upigivara.
Elisabeth, I understand that you're keeping a close eye on women tonight. What are your thoughts?
Actually, just because I don't know Brian Kunun, I know David Kamenik was in the government I was in. So I saw him progress from being very sweaty, like pouring, and being calm and being able to, he grew. And Verna, having listened to her earlier today and the way she was speaking, I thought, well, maybe even though she's female, I'm not going to assume she's going to get in. So I honestly thought it was going to be David for those reasons, because I don't know Brian well enough. Yeah.
Manito.
I only know Verna because I've seen her in Rankin. I suppose the community wanted somebody who lived in their community, but Verna is a very energetic young lady and very outspoken. And maybe she didn't have enough time to campaign, but maybe that, Brian might be the right person for that community, and they have spoken for Brian. And I wish him all the luck, even though I don't know him very well.
Nakapumingasi. Tema CBC good dako kakatiqarsipalermata niruagatchau rataartuni niruagatchaulaurtuni tabbani niruarnautillogo tema oqaqatigisaulaurma Johnny Mike pannertuumi taggauqausichaqilaurtangi.
Tamanna inuit ileqqausingalu pilerianguinnartuqauimayunga taanna inuit uqausinga ileqqausinga ilinnianikkuunnartunilummat ammalu silataagu tamakkua maligattaarlutikpisianiulertuit tamakkua pitjutigillugit ullumi qanuittoquluye aulalertut aulavalaungittut ilangit aallaungittut imeittuulerna ullumi inuusittinni maligammisangiyumit inu ileqqusinganu uqausinganullu tabbani saqqittuqariahalertu qanuqtuuqtaulaurluni inunnu qanuq ummariakkannerunnarmanga ubbaluni qanuq atuqtaulikkannerunnarmanga tamakkununga ileqqusitta uqausitta missaanuungajunu ilinniavittaqa riaqalertu naunangittu inuppitut ammalu inu ileqqusiinnagani kamayumi pitaqarpalliagiaqallarillertu taakkuali uqauserlurtui uiviillu qallunaujartullu nunavuiluani taimaigiernata taanna inu ileqqusinga uqausingalu pingattiutigiaqalertu laisaqarlunittau ilaakkut taakkua laisaqaattarmata ilaakku piilunnaumik taimaatli takunnaqumallugu ammalu tainna truth and reconciliation tamassaminga uummatitigumaarnearsimammat nilliutaukkanneqattaquneartarali aqutissattiavuammatainna tamakkununga maligalerni missaanu taakkua tabba pivigijunnartuijaartavut nalunaitaqakka.
Johnny Mike tana niruagatchau zoparnertuumi minister simazoadjigiingittuutinu avatilerinirmu inulerizikkunno angeqqahanginnermulo tema 2013-17 muno maligaliortuulaurtuugalua kisiani saalaususo Margaret Nakasomo te kani takwa uhausiriratar tangi hanoisa magivisio piluartumikai tamanna uhausivoinuttito uhausiriratar maguttao Joannesi.
Jaani taanna ayungittuaruktao upinnaqani marigaliortuusimangmat amma ministuusimalluni pangnertu taanna inuiakallaartuungmat piyumayangillu amisuuqattarmingmata kisiani simullerpaoqattarmata iqalulerinnermut tamanna qavimattiarmagu jaaniu teikkualu asingit neruagaksaoqatigiyangit ayungittuinnaaguluarillutik ila taanna qausseqarpigiluarunnaginnakkumaanna kisiani ayunginninga qauyamayaqa kisiani taa ministuutillugu uumayulerinermut tuktukasungne tamanna noqqangatikaannalaorsimangmagu taanna ikpinnaqattartuk saungma maannamu tikillugu kisiani endabayuammiikkunnillu uumayuleriartuakkunnillu gavamakkunnillu taanna piyaqeatuyoquluuqquuloorsimangmat isimali riuqutiginasukkluniu taanna ikayoqtaaguluarluni gavamakkut ikayoqatigiikkanneriaqaqqormata inuullutik isimaksarsiu qattatiarlutik maanna tuktukasigunnarsiigu tamaani la maannaulertoqli tamanna nunavuuqtaarutik isimayavut ikayuuteqarmat angunasigunnarnittinni taanna asijjitsaaqquungimma ikpigiyaoqluarlunilu suri naasauti teekangat tikingimmata oqakkannerunnaluangittunga.
Elisapi says in here that Johnny Mike is also an advocate for a new airport in Badnirtuq. This speaks to infrastructure in Nunavut. What are your thoughts?
I think that's that's our way of transportation. It's critical, essential service. I was a little bit disappointed, however, I didn't hear much about, because he was Minister of Family Services. And we've been talking a lot about the challenges of our people, mental health, lack of housing. And you hear a lot of challenges when you're with Family Services. So I was a little bit disappointed because we're talking about challenges here, about impacts of life. So I was hoping to hear a little bit more on that.
Eva Michael, how is Milavo? Let's check back in with our results desk. Eva Michael is tracking the latest as the results roll in. Eva, we've got some new numbers in Ivilik. Hanuilingalaka.
Nakomitrisa, Tana, Hana Angutialok, Tana Sivukataktamana, Ivanemi, Tan Kwas Nasakto, learning in Niruakto, Niruagiak Bill, Vataningilata, Nataya, Yotovangan. Nalonertauluni sallerming suliamisumata naasartau yarialit tisamaulut niruariartor beetauvani aivalimmi taana tungiligilluni amaanna Salaman Maliki 40 niruartausimo Johanna Angutialuk 203 niruartausimalluni. Thank you, Teresa. Over in Ivilik, as you mentioned, Hannah Angutialuk is currently in the lead with 203 votes, and Salman Maliki, incumbent MLA, at 40 votes. That's 1 out of 4 polls reporting at this time, and the poll that's in is from Coral Harbor, and lots more votes to come in. Back to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Eva. And we have winner Brian Kunu on the line. Nakormik, ilaugun naksigavi Brian Hovea suhatigivagi Hano atulauktai Hano ilamamiana. Niruaktau nirizai Hano hausikhatakwa niruaktiu lau tuno.
Koya na may Teresa, kawais takpunga mitmatring mo no aftin nun namata. Wano ato takatyak taman civil para siguro taman ni tawsunga. Ay niloktok takwa tekwa no after na so katigiloktik ka del kamaniko very restricted ko kuya gitapaka pinasuk katigilawake. Tapos na after siya man pero namin ikayokto na kasong napong mitmatring mo no. Tamakwaro isumaro tiyo kamagita sa nakluwi.
Khanu itu lang avata ko sivul liuji lang azati malikaliok bemme.
Taman na isumagaya ka mitmatring ang iliwad lang ma pero padalun may vingaro nunarig ni doakson taman na may vikta kan sivul lakpod yuti yung maya pang nagtaw siya man ikugara ayaw tukan na kasu umaldo nunarig ni doakon na luni buyurig modlo kangat sokto yung naksidun ataw tiyo na kayama nakidlo akitura akikikliya palda ko nalutik taman na sivudlo kao marigaldo.
Tay ma michi matalimi pinirlo holo salaw mataman na holo laokto taman na kano kamagigaswa lang avyo isumalikinek isumagilogo Mr. Kuno.
Tamakwa tango ko taman na pinirlo ka tro mata ayaw nakatang siwunik sa wala nakpang tekwa katango tigiyo nagligawak ka. Taman na kanok to tigay na suna may ikaw makuno taman na isumaragan ng mo kanok ikayok to kanako ng mga Nunavut mame temet mitmating mo ito temet tan mental health isumaragan ng mo ikayok to takakan nila luni amar tamakwa mamisang ni addictions mo ayuri di siya man mo kano ikayok tuktokan na ng mga panagutigin na sunalo.
Nakorme ngay Brian at winaw katakape.
Okay, kaya na mitaw mitmatring mo kaya na mitap ka na wakawin.
Taman na uhaw sirilir milavo ilinniak to rekinak takwa amisu hatak to ilinniak binni ilisaisi hatchiang ilisaisi kitchaktut malo takwa illok joat pitoha rokpaliangin naktilogilo ilinniak bit hanu takwa gavamakko kamagiakak to revisio is ilinniak to rekinak pitjutikillogo ilisape.
Tana humit buat tahu kata simalat tu hang anu ilinyak tu lagi nak tahu. Panna kaya kalau kata ilan niko government asyik jerai mata asyik difahami mata panna tahu si majuminin ilan niko sangu kala sungu mata tana ilan niko tulak tahu kusuk mejaga aku ni untuk sihat tak tu asyik jerai mata government. Hanuk tu tekwa panak tamini kayu siriati tau cia hatalaulen. Uvanga imini aulangin nama takuli ni waktu masih jika suasi takara. Ami sunang ting ni waktu kirsima nun ama aja kategir sima duit pula kasungu mata panak kasuakti luit. Makwa asid ditau hatangata pula kakan itu miniutin nagin. Tanah kau isi malang menjaga. Isumagiyali.
Manito takwa kinaw say atok taw gya kannya hak to kivigi taman na pitchu tigillogo naw kulo tura ngagya hakka.
Gavamakko kinaw yangi. Ila takwa katimagya kang na matasuna sivudluti niyamam sivudluti niyamang hili. Ilinya be tekwa nerukik sarwar tuksaw ilangin narunakto yakon nasune. Kisian ilinya biom iluani pilrengo yuni isimalo gutaka kataktunga ima takwa ka ilinya titiyo gama nunaring mo raw simagama agani ilinya bing mo Pilerearingi karoarsugu itirsimaroorsimagama taakkoa grade 5, grade 6 titerartuin qallunaatitun. Taakkoa titerartangi grade 3 miilaurtuin. Qallunaanooruni grade 3 miituinnaqajartu grade 5 ngunasugiyavun. Grade 12 ngunasugiyavo grade 10 miituinnarto nunalinni mikinersani. Tamanna kamagiyau yareaqallattaaqquortortau. Inutituunginnaquyiyugun inutitullu qallunaatitullu uqallagunnartuni piyumayuguugaluaq. Kisiani tusaqattarnikuulertugun grade 12 meilinniaraanik tuugaluan tatatirianingnirluunni ajoqtuin. Qanongikkoilinniaraanik titauqattalermangaataa nalunarsimmarikto. Sangiiluartukulu ilinniarneq Nunavut iluani. Ila qimiquyauyareaqarniartor taanna kiinaujartaanna qiloqqitaarniujarman. Tainalu jaanimaik oqaqqaulluni inuktitu ilinniarviillattaarni pitaqareaqarassugibluниу. Suurliikkua taakkua Nunavut tungavikku taimeittuning sanalingilan inuillukatu jeqatigiingin tamakkua taimeittuni inungnutuaangollattaartuning sanalingila sugami kiinaujaqarmatali. Taanna oqauserigumattuinnaqataartara ilinniarno Nunavut sangiiluartu.
Nakokmik mamiana Jonasiu halau mittoharma. We have now iqaluit niaqungu candidate Lucy Idlaut. Lucy, what made you decide to run for office?
Koyanemi for the question, Teresa. I decided to run because I believe I feel probably very similar to the same way a lot of Nunavut feel, and that is that there's a need for change. I really wanted to be a part of that change that instills confidence in the people that they have a government that's working for them. We have so many difficult issues that need to be addressed. We talk about food insecurity and a housing crisis. We can't refer to these issues as crises while we sit by idly watching people's well-being continue to move in decline. So that was a really big part of my motivation, Teresa.
What have you been hearing from voters when you were campaigning?
I think I was probably hearing many of the same issues that many of the other candidates were hearing. People are greatly concerned with the loss of the Inuit Child First initiative. People's families are struggling. People are having a lot of difficulty with ensuring that their children are fed. We need to have a breakfast program in our schools that doesn't have to be applied to. It should be universal in all of our schools, and a lot of people asked for that. A lot of people are concerned with our housing crisis. We know that houses are going to be built, houses have been built and will continue to be built, but it's not happening at the rate that it needs to be. We are far from filling our housing gap. People are worried about that. We're thankful that we have these transitional homes that people can resort to when they have nowhere else to go. But there's an 18-month limit on how long people are able to stay within these homes. We can't fill a housing gap within 18 months, and so that needs to be removed to give people the security of knowing that at the end of their time from a transitional home, they're transitioning into something else. The other issue that was really loud and clear is safety. Safety in the community. People don't feel safe in the evening. People don't feel safe walking on their own. But we have to address that in a significant way because our communities are family spaces. We have children, we have youth, and we have women who all need to feel safe, and that has to be a priority.
As you watch the results slowly trickle in, what are your thoughts this evening?
Well, I referred to change earlier, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing some change, which is exciting. I'm anxiously sitting by waiting to hear the results for iqaluit. It's a pretty exciting time.
Thank you so much for your time, Lucy. Lucy Idloud is one voice looking for change. Some have begun wondering if our consensus government system is working for us. Tamanna ang ihatigin ni gavamavo atu tikaka uvatino ilichinito sa kumavunga manitok.
I think we have outgrown consensus style of government. And I really feel that we need to change the governance style in Nunavut, because this consensus style of government was created maybe with the NWT, right? With the mindset that Inuit work in harmony, that they love each other and they hug each other all the time. I suppose that's why they said consensus style of government. But we're just so sick of it. It's not getting us anywhere. There's no real debates. And to hear the minister say, thank you for your question, and then a person doesn't even get an answer and says, thank you for your answer. And then the next thing you know, they're making statements about happy birthday to their kids and happy anniversary to their wives and stuff like that. We need to change the governance style of Nunavut government. We have outgrown it. It's not getting us anywhere. There's no real debates. I've even thought about that NTI should be opposition and the public government can be the government, or if we get into a party system, that the two bodies become two different parties. We're bigger than Yukon. Surely we can have a party system where one group is the SEALs and one group is the Walrus and one group is a polar bear or something. I don't know, but we're just sick and tired of this nonsense of consensus style of government. It's not getting us anywhere at all.
Jonas, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Tamanna suriyo ila ukpegiyagatta asijjiga kakkulung government auran nagiyanga. Tamakwa manito kausriyangin apeksukattagaro apegigaruanga tamarigariakti niruaktau simabigi yanga tamiksaanot kiuyauyunnaqattangimmata taima qauyimaqqoorakku akukittuni atausiarungmi niruarveqasuungummata piugiyamingni taima aviktorsimayuni katimayuveqartuit gavamangortitaullutik tamanna asijjiriaqa rasugingmiyaqa angeqatigiinginnaa yaluarmata aperiauyulluugalua ministuuyut kiuyunnaqattaqatik suuyunginna marigariortuilulunni anituinnalaorsimangmayu kiuyauyunnanginnami innaulluni usiumarilu innarni tusaamarigiaqartugut tamakkua taannaila consensus government qallunaatitut aulanninga asijjiriaqarasugi lermiyaqa tam inginnaujaangimmiyu kisiani inuit kisiani tamaanarmiut isimaksarsiuqutigilaorlunijju ni referendum qalaorlutigluuni ima taakkua amma qanu federal government kunnut aktuana qarayarmangaat tamakkua aaqtiksortauyareaqaqayartuksaarmingmata taanna isimugiqattarsimayaqa maannaaqataangungittu kisiani immakallaarju like qauyiqattaqattigulli government kunniittuit Aduami NDP ku conservative ku liberal ku iman na avik tok si makotang mata te ko unong nakpani ni wak tao yut gawa mangwakloting teman na paru akik si mayumek na magayatin ni ukyok taktumot sakit to kagaya kakurak to isi maksaksiyo ko tao yagaya kadakto.
Elizabeth.
I think there needs to be a whole reform on elections. We heard someone call in about electing our own premier. And there's also ITK, the national organization that represents Inuit in Canada, is voted by 6 people. That represents how many of us across our country? And just recently they're disappointed that he's serving a 3rd term, and they're like, we thought there would be a change with someone that we can have a conversation in our language, but because 6 people vote, he's doing a 3rd term. So I think with these high level, we need to have a reform.
Manito ka pere gumavageta ko achiu ning Nunavut mikiloaka ila mikiloaka sa ka party ila party system roktanekpa.
Mikiloaka suingi tarai ko yukan me mikinna sarong mata watinning tema Victor Simaloti party kaumata. Uminga tana gava magiyabon. Ai vatteri yoroya suti itagusuti yoroya suti ai vallattaartuni manna piumallattaartuni pitakangimman. Pinguatoroya tuin nakattammata ilaannikkun. Tei meiga sungittuugaro narunangitto. Kisiani taatsuma gavamau iliqquseringmago. Gavamau iliqquseguro taanna consensus me atiqarto peqannariinnermut tugaanga yoroyaarsuni. Inuit loqauyima yatoqanginning atornerarsuting. Inuit qauyima yatoqanginne atullattaaruting. Kinguartoqaqattaqayangittu ukwa Inuit sivulearuppun. Kinguartiungittuarurortun. Ullaaqaaruku tupasuungurortuin. Pileriaqarearuting pianikseqattarortuin. Upinnartuarurortuin. Ukwa gavamavon Inuit qauyima yatoqanginne atornerarsuting haddaag tutuinnartuin. Taakwa gavamavon asideriaqalertuugaluan aivallattaartuning imanangi qatigiingillattaartuning tusaaqattarnearatta. Una Inuit ileqqusegurunga ammatamakkua Inuit taqqaaniittun ningaamajuarunili tautugumangittungaaqasuartuin. Teikko ismagayaungilluting. Imanna aivallattaartuning aaqqik tauyullattaaning katimallattaartuarungning tautugumalertugun. Takvunga tikittuguugaluarli ila oqallabigisuukkatamakkua takvunga tikisimalertugun taanna nuttaqarsiutiuluarman gavamanguarulu.
Nakopmik. Hausigialik milavo Eva Michael. Eva tusagatchaqaravita kuanasartauningin qummiut qanuilingalekqa.
Nakomitrisa taimalataakkuat saqqipalliajuit uqummiut Gordon Kautukkin manna kauttunginat sivukkatartus maanamuttikittugu taan amisuunersanuniruartaasimuju 394 numaannattikittugu 125 ngullutinniruarsimajuit Mary Khilirtimmi taakuniruariartorbi maqqu uqauseqartutik tisamaallutinniruariartorbi uqattaloortut. Over in Uqummiut, thank you Teresa, we have Gordon Kautuk in the lead with 394 votes, and Mary Khilirti, the incumbent MLA, has 125 votes. But still, Gordon Kautuk is in the lead, as his lead has shrunk a little bit with 2 out of 4 polls reporting at this time. Back to you, Teresa.
Eva. Let's hear again from some Nunavut.
For the next elected person in regards to youth, I feel that we should create space for youth, more opportunity for them to voice, because as a youth, they don't really understand how government works and how their voice and their ideas, their opinions, their thoughts, their experiences affect us as a society. So youth don't really understand or have opportunity. So I think the next elected official, if they could create more opportunities for youth to sit down face to face and say, hey, this is, informal sessions with youth, and not just hear their concerns, but help them be active in addressing the concerns. So if, for example, if a youth said that they want more sports activities, then the candidate could create programs or say, this is how we can go about helping your sporting event or funding or plan. And then that youth can be the leader.
Taimlene waqtauniartuq igluksaqarnerpaallik sammut aksuorniartaqqut tamakkunungat pivutlianermut ilaak pillerinnimuksaanut makkuat kinguaaqsaqqut ammalu ingutaqqut pianikpalliamat ilinniarutinik tamakkuat inuilitquhita inuna hiorningannut qaudumaniangimmata qaudamagalorli ilangi tamarmiuniangimmata tamakkunungat kiinauraliorutiksannut namituinna uyaqqanulluunni humituinnaq tamakku kiinaurortaksaarpa paallakpata imana miqsorniinnarmunngitsioq aannawaalior niinnarmunngitsioq tamakkuattaqasingi makitpallialu taagunamata pinnerpallialugit tamakkuat tanaittunut hivungupalliaqu niartaqqat uanga tamakkuat neruarnauniartun neruar kivgartuqlisaptiinnik piiminartumik inuoqatikkiorlortuumiuqatikkat neruarnarrikpat.
We'd like to hear some final thoughts from our panelists. Few numbers coming in from elections, Nunavut and the election broadly. Elisapi?
It's really disappointing because I think so many of us have been pushing, saying, come out to vote. It's disheartening, actually. It really is. I think there's apathy, really, going on. And what do we do? I think it's going to be a real challenge with this government, how to bring our spirits back, give hope. I think that's a big part of. I think when you're elected, you have to give hope to the people. And that's not happening right now. So that's going to be, I think, one of the big things that's going to be part of the discussion.
Manito kay sumagisati?
Out of the candidates, there's 8 children of the politicians that are running. So it proves that the families talk politics and got those people, the children interested to get into politics. I think we need NS programs, Nunavut Sivunik program in the communities where they talk about political issues and also study the land claims. And maybe we will get young people who have a fire and a passion to help Inuit. We need to start with the youth, get them interested in politics. I know I've said that, people that have been on the waiting list for years have lost hope. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they're not going out to vote anymore. but I think we need to fire up our youth and get into politics. And one of the ideas I have had is to, and I know others have had, why don't we have Inuit Sivunikseevut NS, Nunavut Sivunikseevut in communities at a smaller scale or as a topic, because we're not producing any leaders out of our schools.
Joanna Seitaakkoa Nunavun miniruartuleqisikko sukkaittumituni sivalliaqataartuinaasartau valliaasuniiqanuvlitamanna isimakivio.
Amisu yuksaungmata pidjutiksangit. Iqqanaayartaqattiangit tuksaungmata. Ubbaru qarasauyangi piungimmata. Tamakkua amisuuyunnarmata pidjutiksariyangit. Kisiani ingirrasivallianginnaujarata taissumanili fax machine ni atorpaklutalu atsigiyunneermagu maannaqarasauyakkut atoqattalerata qamippaklutiklu taimanna asitseriaqqaq ila qanortuortaujariaqartuq nalunangittu
ila gersikanneruma fissi.
Somebody talked about youth programs, right? And not everybody is into hockey. I certainly am not into hockey, but there are other programs that can be activated in the communities. We have community halls, even exercise programs should start to get into communities because we're rampant with diabetes, cholesterol problems, and I think we have to retrain our recreation directors to get into healthy living type of programs. In a lot of communities, there's no coffee shops for youth to just sit and chat with each other. I think that's another one that needs to be put in communities, halls or something where there's small youth programs run by youth, because the youth need a place where they can communicate. And you know, with the phone, with the cell phones, we're going to have a generation of people that are not going to be able to communicate with anybody. They're not communicating with their parents anymore. They're just texting each other. This social media has really changed our culture. And we have to start thinking other ways for our youth to start communicating with each other. And I think one of them is gathering places for them to just have coffee or something. And this also for the elders, because some elders, nobody ever goes to their homes sometimes all day. And there should be some senior gatherings that have to be organized. So I really think this recreation director role in communities have to be reviewed.
Elisabeth.
In the school system, when I was the mayor, I would have Liz Courtney come and bring her grade 3 students to my chamber every year. And I would talk about the processes, the interpretation at grade 3. And I don't know if that's happening. Is there a student council so they get involved in their school, but then that interest hopefully moves on as they move as into adults, you know? So I think, yeah, we got to start them young.
Teikkoa uqausiqiimaqqauguluarmigakke gavama gilaortavut ilinniartulerinniu miksaanut maligaliuruarmata aat tammalaortuit teema uqarpunga taissimanikkanna jian kisi gavamautillugit ilinniartulerisertuakkunni katimali taqalaorsimangmat Baafan Division Board of Education maani kivallermilu amma qitermiuni taikkua aksuara aurattiaroorsimayuit nangmini iqalimaagaksarsiorlutik nangmini uqalimaagak sani sanavallialluting nangmina ilisaayiinning ilisaayiitaarpaklutik
nakormi Ningila takwa ila sivullik mi matuni khawzwi nirwaq bininu navummi ikaka sitamani korsimalekto khawzi simalek ila tusaq vi khawzugo 7 toani nirwaq vinni unno khawzi tu inaqsutalo atawsir mi nirwaq tawsimazumi tununirmi takwa khawzi gar vigi simalek tavu Nilektavu galoanu na vumini waktu lirisiko apirichuge hanga nuna vumio khawzini ar mangata kikko malikaliokti ulang ang mangata mana khawzi malektugo Brian kuno sala khawzo tununirmo takwalo David Joanasi Elisaula okto khekirtalo nigiano amalo Daniel Khavik Elisaula okto Hudson Bay tasiusak joamo Tusakti chikan ni rumavugo galoa ilichinni khawzigarun naktusi kharitawsakko cbc.ca/north mo tukisigakan ni rumaguchi. The first polls closed in Nunavut 4 hours ago, and we have received results from just 7 constituencies tonight so far, with the final result in just 1. Tununik. We have reached out to Elections Nunavut to inquire about when Nunavut may expect to know who their members of Legislative Assembly will be. Right now, we know Brian Kuno has won in Tununik, David Joanasi was acclaimed in South Baffin, and Daniel Khavik was claimed in Hudson Bay. Watch our website, cbc.ca/north for updates. Again, check out our radio. Unlako nalautiko tusala kosi nakormik paschi ilunasi tautorataktuillo.